webinar will focus on the theme, Caring for Someone with Dementia. The international theme for today is No Dementia, No Alzheimer's. I am your chair for today, Dr. Julianne McCoy Davis, and I'll be leading you through today's proceedings. At this time, I'm going to invite Dr. Dooladell Willie Tyndale to open for us in prayer.
Good morning. Let us pray. Dear Lord, we thank you for today. We thank you for waking us up. We thank you for assembling us together for this session. We ask for your direction on today's proceedings. We ask for your blessing also. Dear Lord, we thank you for the many things that you have bestowed upon us, and we ask, Lord, that you would just help us to be grateful even in difficult times. Please bless the rest of the session in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. All right, so just to give you a bit of background on today, September 21st is celebrated every year as World Alzheimer's Day. And it's not just in Jamaica that this is happening, it's happening all over the world. And even so, I know that in our presence today online, we have persons from across the world. And at this time, I'm going to invite Ms. Sandra Latibodere to come. She's the program coordinator of Alzheimer's Jamaica, and she will be extending welcome to all of us in the room. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues, friends, one and all. Welcome to this annual Dementia Conference. Alzheimer's Jamaica, as a program coordinator, every year we plan an activity to raise awareness about Alzheimer's, with dementia being the overarching umbrella syndrome that, Alzheimer's is just one type. So every year we host an event to raise awareness, to encourage caregivers, especially family caregivers, that they are not alone. And so without any pausing, this year we thought we'd do the same. So we welcome you, and we hope that when you leave here, you would leave with at least one thing. So thank you for joining us, and I hope that you're here to take notes. Have your notebooks all open and ready to go. Welcome, and we just want you to just open yourself up to learning and to share and to exchange. So welcome and have a wonderful session.
All right, thank you, Ms. Latibodere. All right, so as I said earlier, today is World Alzheimer's Day. And so across the world, the objective is to raise awareness about the challenges and common stigma associated with Alzheimer's as well as dementia. Before we go any further, I just want to acknowledge our sponsors for today. Today's event is brought to you by Alzheimer's Jamaica in partnership with the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Mona Aging and Wellness Center, the Faculty of Social Sciences here at the University of the West Indies, John Jay, based in New Jersey, as well as Digicel Foundation. All right. At this time, we're going to have greetings, and it's coming to us from Dr. Dooladell Willie Tyndale, and she's a senior lecturer here at Mona Aging and Wellness Center.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ms. Sandra Latibodere, Program Coordinator, Alzheimer's Jamaica. Dr. Orville Taylor, Head, Department Sociology, Psychology and Social Work, University of the West Indies. Mrs. Cassandra Morrison, Executive Director, National Council for Senior Citizens. Distinguished presenters, webinar attendees, sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, all good morning. It is my pleasure to bring you greetings on behalf of the Director and the staff of the Mona Aging and Wellness Center here at the University of the West Indies Mona campus. Each year, World Alzheimer's Day is recognized and is celebrated, and here at Mona Aging and Wellness Center, it is our privilege to be a part of this very, very important observation. Last year, we partnered with Alzheimer's Jamaica in bringing this event to you and are delighted that we have the privilege to do the same this year. Many of us here have had our lives affected by dementia. And so for us, this event is a part of our personal mission to bring awareness of the condition to persons. And we also see it as a part of the greater public good as we serve our country, and indeed our world. Today, World Alzheimer's Day observations bring on, I think, particular significance because we are in challenging times. This year, we are observing the day while we are in the middle of a pandemic, and persons will tell you of the challenges that they have had in providing care in this time. And so we want to acknowledge that, and we also want to encourage persons that it is possible to still give the quality care that you are expected to and that you want to give as you balance everything, even in these difficult times. I want to draw your attention to one particular event that is tagged on to this year's celebration, and it is a vaccination drive being spearheaded by this vaccination site, Mona Aging and Wellness Center. Since the start of the vaccination program in Jamaica, we have partnered with the Ministry of Health to increase and to encourage vaccination uptake in our country. And tomorrow we are having a special drive targeting persons with Alzheimer's disease, their caregivers, and their families. What we are accommodating is a drive-through approach. You can bring your caregiver, you come as well, your family members, you come in the car, we will arrange it nice and comfortable for you, get the vaccinations done in car and get you out. What we want to have is that you bring somebody who can complete registration forms and that sort of thing to expedite the process, and bring your identification cards. We have been acknowledged across the country as one of the sites providing efficient, friendly, and courteous service, and so we want to encourage you. We have persons who are trained, who have the knowledge, know how to deal with these special populations. So we welcome you to come tomorrow. Between 10 and 12 is the target time. But of course, know that we welcome you every other day throughout the vaccination day. I just want to encourage you to take note, as Sandra encouraged you earlier, to the activities information being presented today, and have a wonderful day, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you so very much, Dr. Willie Tyndale, for extending that greeting. At this time, I'm going to invite Dr. Orville Taylor, who is Head of Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Social Work, to also extend greetings at this time.
Good morning. I'm trying to turn my camera on. Yes, I don't know why, but that's all right. Do I continue without my video?
Yes, you may proceed.
Without the video?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning, everybody. What can I say? I want to formally welcome everyone and be thankful that we have been able, in the most adverse of circumstances, to collaborate in the staging of this awesome event. In many ways, you know, this for me is a kind of homecoming, because I pay a lot of homage to the Labor Ministry that has played a big part in my own formation. And Professor Eldemeyer Scherer and I, we really go back a long way. And it goes to the very heart of what we're about, because Alzheimer's is a very scary endeavor, and it can be. And it's scary because it threatens to take away the one thing about us that makes us what we are. And that is our memory, our short-term memory, our long-term memory. When a person dies, after all kinds of complications that come with it, that is perhaps the lower end of the continuum. But when you have the first-hand experience of watching people close to you, people who have been sharp and bright and energetic, slowly disappearing, where you meet someone who you hadn't seen in a while, and this individual is not able to recognize you, where your mother is wondering whether or not you are the same person who was there just a few minutes ago, and all of those horrors. So I'm very happy to know that the Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Social Work, and I hug my friend and colleague, Sandra Latibadier, for the continued work as she steps inside and outside of the university. So I have a reputation of talking a little bit too much, and I'm going to try my very best not to do that this morning. Just to say, welcome. I'm very, very proud of the work that is being done. I'm exceedingly happy that it is work that is being done across disciplines, across departments, across institutions. But forgive me if I'm going to once more take this platform in my last capacity. Yes, this is the last time I'm going to be speaking as head of department at this function. To say, as we try to manage all of the social pathologies, including Alzheimer's, I want the rest of the country and everyone who's listening here to pay a little bit more attention to what social work is. I've been saying this ad nauseum, but I'm really tired of amateurs out there, even with the best of intentions, and usually they do have, jumping on and pretending to do something or attempting to do something that they are not trained for. I'm a social worker merely by osmosis, right, or diffusion, whichever process it is. I've been able to learn some social work just by associating with some of the greats from June Dolly Besson all the way down. Yes, I'm that old. But even with all of the associated knowledge in social work that I have gained, I am not a trained social worker. And I'm in awe of social workers. So I hope that as we continue to work for the betterment of our society or region and to keep focus on the most vulnerable among us, we will also focus on those who are giving the care, the first-hand care and the analytical care. Because without knowledge, you know, all the care in the world is nothing. I thank you very much. Godspeed with this work. I'm putting on my seatbelt because I'm not leaving before this ride is over. God bless you all. Good morning.
All right, bless you too, Dr. Taylor. Thank you for that greetings. At this time, we are going to start with our first presentation for today. As I mentioned earlier, our theme for today is caring for someone with dementia. And so our first presenter for today is Professor Emeritus Leiber. So Professor Tony Leiber, I'm just going to give an introduction to him, and then I'm going to welcome him to speak afterwards. So he's Professor Emeritus of Educational Development at the London South Bank University. He has various qualifications across different disciplines, including a Master of Social Sciences in the Sociology of Education, Master of Philosophy in Health Promotion, a PhD in Sociology, and he's also a registered mental health nurse. He has lectured and conducted research on mental health care, interprofessional education and training, as well as research methods, also conflict management. He has worked as a lecturer, senior lecturer, principal lecturer, head of division, senior research fellow, deputy dean, and professor. Professor Leiber is available for consultation on mental health education and practice, as well as interprofessional practice and conflict management. He has an enviable list of publications on topics relating to health, mental health care, and interprofessional working. He's a patron of the Nurses Association of Jamaica in the United Kingdom, the Friends of the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, also in the UK, and the Culture and Dementia Group in the United Kingdom. He's a panel member of the Joint Council for Cosmetic Practitioners and functions as a magistrate on the Bromley bench and as an associate hospital manager. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome Professor Leiber at this time. Okay, so I do understand that Professor Leiber is experiencing connection issues at this time. So we're going to move on to our second presenter, but definitely we know that he will join us later. And so I'm going to be inviting at this time Miss Eunice Adeo, and she's the matron of the Golden Age Home in Jamaica. Now, Miss Adeo is the matron of the Golden Age Home, which is located in Vineyard Town, Kingston. She's a Nigerian by birth and has been visiting Jamaica since 2006. However, in 2017, she decided to call Jamaica home. She has obtained over 30 years of professional experience as a registered nurse, midwife, health educator, and nurse administrator. She has also worked in various settings such as acute and chronic settings, psychiatry, oncology, medical and surgical nursing. She has administered nursing care to persons across different age cohorts. She has a Master's of Science degree in Nursing Administration from the University of the West Indies, a Master and Bachelor of Education in Health Education from the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. She's a registered and licensed nurse, midwife by the Nursing Council of Jamaica, as well as the Nursing and Midwifery Council of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mrs. Adeo. All right, so technology definitely at work. Murphy's Law in motion, but we'll get it right. I'm going to invite at this time Miss Sandra Latibaudiere, and she's a lecturer in the Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Social Work. And she is also the program coordinator of Alzheimer's Jamaica. So just a bit of background on Ms. Latibaudiere. She holds a Bachelor in Business Administration from the University of Technology in Jamaica, as well as a Master of Social Work degree from the University of the West Indies, Mona. She's an MPhil PhD candidate in aging studies. She is a lecturer and the head of section of the social work department, and she has research interests and practice work in aging, dementia care, disability, and gender. She's a board member of Alzheimer's Jamaica, where she provides public awareness and programs coordination responsibilities, which is an unpaid position. And so during her volunteer work with Alzheimer's Jamaica, she established a memory club in St. Mary, which is a safe space for persons living with dementia and their caregivers to learn new skills and to share their coping experience. And I'm sure there are many of us on this webinar this morning who are particularly interested in that kind of support group for persons with dementia. She has planned, organized, and delivered presentations, as well as written numerous articles that have been published in peer-reviewed journals, as well as newspapers. And her PhD thesis is focused on exploring how dementia caregivers and families perceive the caregiving experiences of taking care of an older adult with dementia. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Sandra Latibodero.
So good morning again, friends, panelists, colleagues, students, welcome. So this morning, I will be looking at grief and loss, the experiences of family caregivers caring for a loved one with dementia. So this is a conversation about the multifaceted nature of dementia caregivers' grief and loss. So, no. So grief involves intense feelings of sadness or distress, especially in response to a significant loss. It is very personal and can affect people in many different ways. We often think of grief in relation to death, but there's another grief that comes when someone is still living, as in a dementia diagnosis. It is common for family caregivers to have feelings of grief and loss as their life and the life of their loved one is changed by a dementia diagnosis. But what is dementia? Dementia is an umbrella term for disorders resulting from disease or trauma to the brain that lead to memory loss, personality and behavior change, and impaired intellectual functions. These changes are not part of normal aging and are severe enough to impact daily living, independence, and relationships. Dementia is one of the major causes of disability and dependence among older adults. Currently, there is no cure for the disease. So these are the 4 quadrants that I just mentioned that it leads to. It affects your cognition, so your memory, your judgment, visuospatial, your language. Some persons don't remember how to speak. It affects your neuropsychotics. It affects your mood. So some persons will have depression, psychosis, hallucination. It affects your ability to function, to take care of your activities of daily living and instrumental activities of daily living. It also affects your behavior. There are many types of dementia. Many persons know about Alzheimer's. There's also vascular, Lewy body, and frontotemporal. So quickly, I just want to share with you some facts about dementia based on a study by Professor Eldemai Shearer, a 2015 dementia study on Jamaica. And the study found that there's a 6% prevalence, 3.9% for those in the 60 to 69 age group, 10.3% for those 70 to 79, and 30.9% for those over 80 years. Females are more susceptible. The study found 14% female, 7.9% males with dementia. Alzheimer's account for 62% and vascular dementia 32.5%. Vascular dementia was, however, prevalent in 50% of the dementia cases, in the Alzheimer's cases, mixed dementia. So for us in Jamaica, what this study is saying is that vascular dementia is high. There's a high prevalence of vascular dementia in Jamaica. In the research, there was an estimated 19,000 persons with dementia in 2010, with an increase to 31,000 in 2030 and 55,000 in 2050. However, in 2015, we found that there were over 41,000 cases of dementia. And these are just the stats. So you can see that the dementia increases with age, though it's not a normal part of aging. Age is a risk factor. Females are more susceptible, although there's some research that tells us that males. So females more susceptible in this study, and the types of the patterns of the patterns of dementia in Jamaica. So dementia is described in stages. So you have early or mid, moderate, middle, late, and severe. So in the early stages, you will have short-term memory loss, subtle personality changes, some confusion, misplacing things. In the early stages, in the early stage, which is a mild, most often persons with the disease can hide it. So oftentimes when persons are actually diagnosed is when they're in their mid to late, where the functionalities, their ability to function in certain and to do certain activities are more pronounced. So in the middle stages, you'll see need assistance with daily tasks, inability to remember most recent events, asking questions over and over. And in the severe stage now, you have incontinence, where persons are almost comatose and they can't control their bowel movements. They're unable to recognize their family members, inability to swallow. Some persons do not remember how to swallow in the late stages. And so sometimes you will have, person with the disease having a lot of saliva building up in their mouth because they don't remember how to swallow. Same with food, you're feeding them and they don't remember how to swallow. So the long goodbye, feelings of grief and loss are frequent companions for family members of persons with dementia, based on the stages that we just talked about. But who are these caregivers? And the literature tells us that they are two types. The formal, which are those that are in the nursing homes. So like Matron will talk a little bit about that. And then you have your informal caregivers. Those are the family caregivers. Those are usually your unpaid, maybe your spouse, partner, family member, friend, or neighbor. And the family caregivers are those that are usually unpaid, and they normally take care of the person with the disease, either in the person's own home or in the caregiver's home. The typical caregivers are your spouse, wife or husband, or adult child or children. The atypical caregivers are your in-laws, grandparents, great-grandchildren, nieces and nephews. And there is probably another time we'll talk about all of those dynamics that surround the atypical caregivers. So grief is personal to each individual, and adjustments required by family members is significant and will impact family members emotionally, mentally, and physically and spiritually. And there are certain factors that will also affect the expressions of grief. The individual relationship, that dyad, the caregiver and the care recipient relationship, spouse versus adult child. If there's an imperfect relationship, the atypical caregivers, the in-laws, niece, nephew, grandchildren, as opposed to the typical that I talked about. But I'll share a little bit about this in a little while. The grief is also expressed by the amount of contact that the caregiver has with the care recipient. Does the care recipient live with the caregiver, or does the caregiver live with the care recipient? The degree of dementia, the care recipient is a shadow of how you remembered him or her. So depending on the stage that the person is at, the expressions of grief will vary. So I want to talk a little bit about the individual relationship, the caregiver-care recipient relationship. So the caregiver is an adult child or spouse. And in this situation, I have found wherever the caregiver is a spouse or adult child of the care recipient, I've observed in my work with families, when the spouse or adult child starts to assume more and more responsibility, the care recipient experiences some mixed feelings of guilt and anger. This tends to occur in the early to middle stages. The care recipient will often express his guilt and anger in outbursts of rage. This has to do with the fact that the roles are being reversed, and the care recipient, as a person with the dementia, simply cannot remember why this person is taking over their territory or responsibility. And I know many of you are identifying with this. He or she feels that their authority is being threatened, but it's important for families to know that the loss of cognition must not be confused with loss of emotion and positionality. They will always remember how you made them feel. So feelings don't leave, even though the memory is no longer there. So even as a care recipient cannot remember, his or her feelings are not turned off. And so the care recipient may feel that something is wrong with what is taking place and is usually expressed in aggressive behaviors. Where the caregiver is an adult child, so if the adult child is a young child on the brink of their own career, moving on to building families and so on, I have found that studies where caregivers are young, they tend to feel isolated. So I've been doing some work with Claire, and remember, name change to protect identity. Claire is 37. She's a professional, the youngest of 3 siblings. Claire is taking care of her mother with dementia. When I met her, she was emotionally fragile, and most of our clients are still fragile. They can't talk about the situation at all. Claire recounts, my friend and I do not hang out anymore. We no longer have anything in common. They do not visit. They're living their lives. Some have migrated, some are married, have children, promoted at work, while I have no life, no children, and many health issues. I love my mom and I have no problem taking care of her. I would never consider putting my mom in a nursing home, the dutiful daughter. So feelings of isolation faced by young caregivers may be due in part to the fact that their peers are involved in raising young families or are not yet facing the caregiving role and do not want to be confronted with the painful existence associated with caring for somebody with the disease. Where the relationship between the family caregiver and the care recipient is an imperfect one, marred by tension, as in the case of Precious. Precious is 48 years old, divorced with 1 adult child. She has 5 siblings, 3 brothers and 2 sisters. She's the youngest, but she's a primary caregiver. Precious and her mother had a strained relationship which stemmed in the early years. Now that her mother has dementia, Claire is the primary caregiver, but our mother will not eat from her. So mom will not eat the food I prepare for her. My daughter, her granddaughter, has to feed her or one of her other children. Otherwise, she will not eat anything. So these are just a snippet of the multifaceted nature of family caregiving. So it's complex and it is very multifaceted. So in the literature now, what I want persons to understand, you're not alone in this. There is writings about all of those feelings that you're having. So these are some types of grief that family caregivers may experience following a diagnosis of dementia. Rando talks about anticipatory grief. This is where caregivers experience grief for losses that they anticipate will occur in the future. For example, the one that most caregivers dread is that the loved one will no longer recognize them. So many caregivers die a thousand deaths. Husband visiting wife, wife asking, who are you? Children visiting parents and parents asking, where is Mary? And Mary is the person in front of them. Many caregivers die a thousand deaths. That is the anticipatory grief. Another example is where caregivers start to think of their loved one as already gone or imagining life without the person. Caregivers may experience feelings of guilt or shame or disloyal for feeling this way or thinking this way. Boss talks about ambiguous grief. For Boss, he describes it in 2 forms. The first is leaving without saying goodbye, where the person is psychologically present, although he or she is physically absent. And this happens when you have family members who wander off and you can't find them. So again, they are physically absent, but they're psychologically there. The famous case is a 70-year-old Jean Watt who wandered off, and she has been missing from May 23, 2020. I can just only imagine the grief that the families are going through. So that is the leaving without saying goodbye. BOSS also identifies where the person with dementia is physically present, but psychologically absent, or as BOSS calls it, the goodbye without leaving, where the care recipient is a shadow of who you remember the person to be. The Family Caregiver Alliance talks about renewed grief, which is expressed as ambiguous grief, and is experienced when someone with dementia has moments of lucidity. And I know many of you know this, when he or she makes sense for a short while. So family members tend to think that if they can do this once in a while, they ought to be able to do it all the time. And I've had cases where family members will say, why is the person's playing a trick on me? Because they remember sometimes that means they're improving, they're getting better. So caregivers get excited and believe nothing is wrong with the family member. Some caregivers go as far as to say that the family member is lying, especially when the care recipient returns to his or her confused state. Caregivers at this point will experience anger, frustration, and disappointment, renewed grief. And the final grief that I'm going to discuss with you is disenfranchised grief. Doka talks about that. Ambiguous grief is compounded when the caregiver feels as if she's doing it alone. Typically, the burden of care usually falls on one person, either the spouse or one adult child. And the others who are not involved do not validate or acknowledge the losses that this person is experiencing. The situation is called disenfranchised grief. Caregivers who experience disenfranchised grief are often angry, isolated, and helpless. So these are some of the expressions of grief that family members are feeling. They're feeling shock, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance, suspicion, guilt, resentment, frustration, love, and all of this is happening simultaneously. But what are family members mourning? What are they mourning? So depending on the relationship with the care recipient and their own circumstances, family members, caregivers are mourning the loss of relationship, loss of intimacy, loss of companionship, loss of future plans, loss of own identity, loss of freedom to work or take part in activities, loss of long-standing roles at the role reversal, as I mentioned earlier, and lost opportunities. So again, just want to bring you back that the complexity of dementia care. So when we as caregivers and when we as professionals, myself as a social worker, working with family members, I have to remind myself and I have to remind the family members as well who are taking care of the family with dementia that the relationship is paradoxical. The person is physically present but psychologically absent. So caregivers have to explore now, am I married to this person? Is this my wife or is this my husband? Am I the child or am I the parent? So the person is physically present but psychologically absent. So these are feelings that you're wrestling with. All of these are happening all at once. We want persons to understand that be prepared to experience feelings of loss more than once. Sometimes the care recipient will come out of the confused state and say how much they care about you and how much they love what you're doing for them. And then sometimes they're back in it. And so sometimes, the feelings are high, very intense feelings that people are having. I also wanted to say to you, respite care. So we encourage caregivers to take some time away to rest, to rejuvenate. However, the literature tells us that we have to be careful as social workers. So again, the complexity of this dementia care. Studies show that respite care for the care recipient may not lessen the experience of burden felt by the caregiver. In fact, the research found that direct challenge to the sense of obligation to provide care. So the dutiful daughter, or for better or worse, the marital vows, often result in feelings of guilt that they are abandoning their loved one. So any kind of respite care for caregivers was akin to them failing in their obligation to care for their loved one. So we have to be mindful of that. So as social workers and caregivers, it is important that we understand that our clients, and to understand that there's humility and tremendous strength in asking for help, and that reaching out provides growth for them as well as for those who respond. We're all beneficiaries. Another complexity, again, letting go. And I put it in bold there, you are not being selfish. Family members, family caregivers find it extremely hard to contemplate putting their relative in a nursing home. So, but there comes a time when the realization hits that you're not coping. And so do not feel badly. You are not being selfish. Just think of if you sink under the burden of care, then the whole family will go under. So here are some questions I want you and your family to think about when you're deciding whether you're going to keep the care recipient in a home or put them or a nursing home. Ask yourself, so when you have your family meeting, can I provide a safe environment for my relative? What level of care does my loved one need? Does my loved one know where he or she is? Will a change of environment make a difference? What is the cost of in-home care versus a nursing home? Hard questions, but questions that families have to sit down and think through, because again, self-care is also very important. So finally, now, summarily, what do caregivers need? Caregivers need permission to grieve in their own style, own time, without being fixed or hurried along. Don't tell people to snap out of it. No two people experience grief the same way. Caregivers need access to support and honest, accurate information about healthy grief so that they can seek help if they become stuck or overwhelmed. We have to help caregivers to understand that to use a person-centered care, they have to learn to leave the person that they knew behind them and make a relationship with the person that is there with them. They need acknowledgement and thanks for their great personal sacrifice. They need to know that their feelings of guilt, love, annoyance, anger, resentment is understandable. Some of it within the context of difficult choices they sometimes have to make due to limited resources and the lack of information about the disease. They need our support, not rebuke or to be made to feel badly. So this is my presentation, but I have a few slides that I want to share with you quickly. So the complexity of dementia care, I'm promoting our journal, the Caribbean Journal of Social Work. There's an article with myself, Dundee Ferguson, and Wendy McLean Cook, the complexity of dementia care. And my references and this is the support service that we have established in St. Mary, Tower Isle in St. Mary. COVID kind of put a little slack on it, but we used to meet every Wednesday. From 10 to 12. And we are planning to have to establish more memory clubs across the island with the churches. A colleague of ours, she provides support services. You can leave your elderly relatives with her. She will take care of them, and you can go and get some talk. You can get talk therapy and so on. So these are just a few of the support services that I wanted to highlight. So thank you, and Alzheimer's Jamaica, our contact information, and thank you.
All right, thank you so very much, Ms. Latibodere, for such a rousing presentation. I know a lot of our areas, different issues that families and caregivers experience, were addressed in her presentation. Yes, and I'm seeing the chat coming in. Wonderful presentation that was said so simply, but deserves much. Oops, this thing went so quickly. But I'm seeing, yes, good comments. All right, great. So I'm happy that, thank you. All right. So I'm happy the presentation was meaningful for you. All right, so we're gonna change a little bit our format, and we're gonna have a cultural item at this time by Mr. Renard Riddim Anderson. And his presentation is titled Signs. Just before he comes, just want to do a formal introduction of Mr. Renard. So his stage name is Riddim, okay? And he's an actor, author, and spoken word poet with a passion for performance. He was raised in Trenchtown, a place brewing with culture and art, and he learned to hone his craft by performing at a local concert put on by a youth club that he attended. He ultimately became the president of that club and the creative director as well, okay? So that would help him when he accepted the opportunity to be a part of 10 Jamaicans who would travel to Scotland to perform at the Tin Forest Festival put on by the Youth Theatre of Scotland. And this wouldn't be the last time that he would travel to the UK, because he returned on a solo mission to be a part of the Brouhaha hope I said it correctly, festival in Liverpool, England, where he was the only visiting Jamaican in the house, among 13 other countries being represented. And so upon his return, he wrote a book of poetry called Rose of Tongue and Blood, and followed up with a book of short stories called X, for example. Both are available on Amazon for purchase and on Kindle or paperback version. Rhythm also believes in the showcasing of talents from other poets, and so he would regularly host a yearly poetry concert called Rhythm and Friends. And he was awarded gold for his actor performance at the Championships of Performing Arts in 2020. He holds a bachelor's degree in media and communications art and is a firm believer in God. This young man has so many accomplishments. I'm very proud to welcome you at this time. Rhythm.
So I was a bit happy for the opportunity to write this piece. It gave me a chance to research on dementia and Alzheimer's. And this is what I came up with. So this is called Science. Looking back, I saw the science. It happened gradually. I should have noticed and sought, seek help. Does a tree feel when the woodpecker is chipping away at it? Can the hand tell when it's losing its hold? Does the brain know when its cells are dying, when normality is depleting? Where was I? Oh yes. Looking back, I saw the signs. It happened gradually. I should have noticed. It's the little things like leaving my key in the shower, giving my dog the wallet to put down, the inability to find my way back. I'm scared to go outside to have conversations. I fear I will repeat myself. I used to be somebody. I used to help others. Now I struggle to help myself. The elephant in the room is time, and I lose consciousness at every kick. I like elephants. They're hard to miss. Yet, looking back, I saw the signs. It happened gradually. I should have noticed. How could I have noticed something so silent? What was it when I got lost in my neighborhood, the random birth of unfound emotions, not remembering where I was going? I'm living in a wonderland. Martha. You see, Martha? Waves come and go. Looking back, I saw the signs. Thank you.
Wow. Simply amazing. Yes, well said. And for him to have researched this, not have had personal experience with this, I really must commend you, Rhythm. Yes, I do understand, the accolades, the championship and all of that. Yes, you deserve it. Yes, and the chat is blowing up with commendations for you. So just want to congratulate you. A very wonderful piece. And I think you need to publish it. Yeah. Yes. We need to do something with the science. Beautiful piece. Thank you again, Rhythm, for that presentation. Okay, and Tanya Chung says, yes, you need to publish it. Yes. All right, so we are going to go back. Professor Leiber, I understand, is back with us, and we are happy to have him at this time. I know some persons may have joined after I gave the introduction earlier, so I'm just going to go back and introduce him. So Professor Leiber is Professor Emeritus of Educational Development at the London South Bank University. He has various qualifications across different disciplines, including a Master of Science in the Sociology of Education, MPhil in Health Promotion, a PhD in Sociology, and he's also a registered mental health nurse. He has lectured and conducted research on mental health care, interprofessional education and training, research methods, evidence-based practice, and conflict management. He has worked as a lecturer, senior lecturer, principal lecturer, head of division, senior research fellow, deputy dean, and also professor. Professor Leibel is available for consultation on mental health education and practice, interprofessional practice, as well as conflict management. He has an enviable list of publication on topics relating to health, mental health care, and interprofessional working. He is a patron of the Nursing Association of Jamaica in the United Kingdom, the Friends of the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, also in the UK, and Culture and Dementia, based in the UK. He's a panel member of the Joint Council for Cosmetic Practitioners. He functions as a magistrate on the Bromley bench, and he's also an associate hospital manager. Ladies and gentlemen, family members, caregivers, it's a pleasure to welcome Professor Leibel.
Oh dear. Hello? Can you all hear me?
Yes, we are.
Yes. My screen seemed to be saying something I don't understand. But if you can see me and hear me.
Sure.
Yes?
Well, we can hear you. We can't see you.
Okay. It says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you can proceed with the presentation, sir.
Yes, indeed. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. And I'm going to try and address some overall situations, which I call challenging behaviors in people living with dementia. So overall, what I'm thinking of getting to you today is to present behaviors which are likely to occur at home or in care facilities, and try to use a person-centered approach, mainly from Andrews 2006, and also drawing on principles and philosophies around caring. But of course, there are no recipes, or at least I haven't got any. In each case, the individual's needs must be addressed. Furthermore, the ideas here are from my practical experience with both people deemed to be suffering from dementia, their families, their friends, and from students who report what they're experiencing. I'm trying here to reinforce your good practices and to suggest some alternatives. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected all care activities, both at home and in care facilities. For example, needing to attend to infection control measures. This produces, I think, new challenges, such as adding to the confusion. If a carer is wearing full personal protection equipment, this might frighten the individual. It's a new situation. And then challenges of dealing with the various tests that are now required to be done. So therefore, in this space, when we're thinking of COVID, we need to take on board the staff or the carer explaining and explaining and explaining why the procedure is necessary, to ensure that there's an understanding within the situation. Remember that other environmental factors will affect all interactions. For example, changes in routine can trigger agitation and other unusual behaviors. Of most importance, carers, whether at home or in a care facility, need to have support, someone or a group to share experiences with and to plan strategies. No one, as you've heard before, should feel alone. There must be a healthy environment for carers to enable them to provide the care that's needed. Because behavioral changes that are confusing and difficult to handle leave the person, the carer, partners, and family members feeling stressed, irritable, helpless, and sometimes hopeless. To meet the person's preferences is a primary goal. All of us have got different needs. And so we need to get at the needs to understand the meaning behind the behaviors and actions. And when these unusual behaviors occur, carers must be able to stay calm, not to show immediate emotional responses, and try to deal with the challenges effectively. By remembering that the person has difficulty in expressing him or herself, and that frustration contributes to the unusual behavior and its severity. You might be able to creatively find ways to overcome the challenges and make situations manageable. And this is something you'd have to do over and over again. Always think the individual, the situation, and how you can be creative. Don't take the behavior personally and avoid arguing back. Always try out a number of different ideas. One doesn't work, you try something else. Other contributing factors may be pain, discomfort, poor eyesight, hearing loss, and even physical things like constipation, being too hot or being too cold. Individuals cannot express these easily, so therefore there might be behaviors which you will find unusual. Oh, I can see now you've got my video. All right, yes. Behavioral disturbances can also be caused by boredom or overstimulation, if there are too many people around and too much going on. Unusual behaviors are the individual's way of trying to cope in what they perceive as a stressful or strange situation. Remember too, there might be learning disability issues or mental health, mental illness issues. For some people, impaired memory may be experienced by difficulties in word finding. We all experience the tip of the tongue phenomena. But for the person with dementia, this is ongoing and can be distressing. Although they can describe an object and know how to use it, the actual name of the object can be elusive. And this can cause the person to avoid conversation with others and have difficulty in making a reply when spoken to directly. In conversation, therefore, keep comments short and simple. Try to ask closed questions. Would you like a cup of tea rather than would you like to have a drink? Never talk down to the person. Call them by the name they want you to. Don't make them feel undervalued. They must be reassured by the content of both your emotional expression in your voice and your body language. Remember that there is diversity at the individual level. All the people are not the same. Of course, there are men, there are women, ethnic group differences, ethnic and social sensitivity, therefore, is a must. Areas for individual needs identification includes, for example, age, religion, personal and oral hygiene, physical health, diet preferences, cultural activities, sexual desires, dress, entertainment, social practices, likes and dislikes. Any ethnically and ethically sensitive service cannot have a recipe for all. Questions must be asked continuously and needs must be met continuously. Find out about their particular needs and provide sensitive services. For example, if memory work is being used, there's a need to capture memories from their cultural communities. in all areas of work, find out what their needs are from family, friends, and themselves. Do the research and plan accordingly. This method must apply to all the people being cared for. Some behaviors, I'll offer some examples and some ways of managing them. For example, the idea of repetitive behaviors. People carrying out the same activity again and again, making the same gestures or asking the same questions repeatedly. Maybe it's because the person does not remember having done so previously, or it could be through boredom. They may go through the motions of activities previously carried out at work. Common activities such as asking the same questions over and over again, or keep asking the time. This could be due to the person feeling insecure or anxious about their ability to cope in the situation. Try to be tactful and be patient and encourage them to find the answers for themselves. For example, if they keep asking the time, suggest that they look at the clock themselves. It may even help to move the clock to a position that's more visible. They may be anxious about visitors arriving, and this can also lead to repeated questioning. Try to be tactful always when answering. Never say, "I've just told you that." Try to get them to find the answer for themselves. Other repetitive movements such as kicking legs, moving arms and legs, getting up and sitting down, packing and unpacking bags, rearranging chairs, etc., could relate to their former work. Encourage the person to do something active. For example, simply going for a walk, being on a walk with you. But remember to find somewhere to walk safely. Choose comfortable clothes and shoes, and to check their feet regularly. They could also be experiencing discomfort. Check that the person is not too hot or too cold, hungry, thirsty, constipated, or in pain, or is experiencing the side effects of medication. Another repetitive behavior is the multiple use of the telephone, phoning loved ones and family and friends over and over again, over a short space of time, because of course they forget that they've done it before. This is followed closely by people who demonstrate restlessness, pacing up and down, pacing, walking in circles, and also going up and down rooms and corridors. Fidgeting with their hands or legs and rummaging through their bags, boxes, or any container which contains objects. Check that all is well physically. Try to distract them with an interesting activity or some form of exercise. Let them pace somewhere quiet in safety where they're not disturbing others. Make sure they wear comfortable shoes to reduce foot problems. Try to occupy them with the use of their hands, stroking a soft toy, a pet, worry beads, or provide a rummage box containing interesting objects. Maybe they were good at sewing or model making. Maybe they can read books they like, or you could read such books to them. And of course, with electronic books and IT now, use information technology as much as possible. Listen to music, do sing-alongs. Remember the songs which they used to engage with and sing in their earlier years, familiar songs from the past. Whatever activity is possible, always include a discussion during and afterwards. And then, of course, we have situations where people are shouting and screaming, continually calling for someone, shout the same words over and over again, or scream or swear or wail loudly over and over again. They could be in pain. They could be ill, experiencing difficulties with visual perception, or hallucinating. They may feel distressed and anxious, stressed by the noise and the people rushing about them. So we need to think about the environment carefully that the people are in and what could be affecting their behaviors. If they're calling for someone from the past, listen and talk to them about this period in their life. Check how the room environment looks, particularly, is it dark? Are there shadowy shapes and sounds that are unfamiliar and could be misinterpreted as feared or frightened objects? And the big one for me is when situations happen and we say there's a lack of inhibition. They may behave in a way that other people find embarrassing. They may undress in public, having forgotten where and when it is appropriate to remove their clothes. Inappropriate social and sexual behaviors, for example, touching self and others, and sexual gestures, actions, and words in public. Some actions, like lifting a skirt or fiddling with flies, may be a sign that the person wants to use the toilet. Try to encourage the person to move to a private area and try to distract the person. If they behave rudely, swearing, spitting, being irritable, and being aggressive, don't attempt to argue and challenge. Try to move the person to a private, quiet area, distract, and explain to the other people around what is happening. Encourage gentle, socially appropriate behavior. It's important to always uphold the person's dignity and prevent unnecessary distress. And of course, there is the whole area of slaps and scratches and aggression and challenging behaviors around relationships at that level. These behaviors could include verbal aggression, posture in body language, and actual contact violence. The carers need to resort to a lot of assessment and history, along with possible triggers, or rather to find the possible triggers, which might help to prepare the way and to look out for what could happen. Triggers such as, does this behavior occur at certain times of the day or night? When does it occur when certain tasks are being carried out? Does it occur when they're frustrated or when they're not being understood, when they're bored, or if they feel they're being humiliated? Please remember that somehow the organization and the carer might be contributing to the state the person is in and might go some way to create aggressive and violent outbursts. So be mindful as to how you present yourself. Remember, the person is not being deliberately difficult, so don't take it personally. Check to see that the organization in the home or the organization in the care home is not contributing to the situation. For example, is there enough time to spend with the person when seen through care activities? Can you go at a pace and be unhurried? Do not try to discuss the angry behavior while it's occurring. Be calming. Discuss the behavior later when he or she has calmed down. Do not initiate physical contact during angry outbursts. Try to distract to more pleasurable topics and activities. Avoid topics which will anger the person further, and maintain calmness by not being confronting or blaming in your voice, in your language content, or your body posture. A lot of people say you calm the person down, but not many people say, how do you do it? Well, you do it really by your voice, your body, and the content of what you're saying. Keep a log of aggressive outbursts and remember what it is and what's been demonstrated could be related to hallucinations, paranoia, or delusions. All these things could be happening. Do they get angry when tasks are too difficult? Sometimes this happens. So we always need to think, should we break tasks down into smaller bits, yes, so that they can manage and work through with us? Make sure the person and yourself are safe when aggressive and violence occur. Always ask yourself, Do you consider this person to be dangerous to self or others? And if so, then get help, seek professional advice. There's a need with this situation to develop policies which states, what do you do if? Where do you call to for help? And what will the help do when they arrive? Furthermore, the ethics around restraint and the use of medication must be looked at and prepared for through training and reflection. Carers must think ahead. Do not just wait for a situation to arise and then we react. We should be planning ahead through discussion and through training. We should be developing policies which look at prevention, management, resolution, and debriefing. And always engage in problem-solving sessions with colleagues and family members in these sessions. Ask questions such as, what if certain situations and challenging behaviors occur? What will we do? How will we manage it? Use the problem-solving sessions to plan future actions. It's not unknown. Some people write these down and use them in teaching and learning sessions with new staff to reinforce good practice among the staff. And as we do this, we must address the multidisciplinary team and the interprofessional links of all the professionals and others that are linked to the persons. So we must respect the team members, ask for their help, involve them in discussions, plan prevention, management, and resolution and debriefing with all the people. So you have some sort of common language and common approach as in what you do. Sometimes people go for night walking and, you know, the body clock might have gone awry. Plus they might need less sleep as they grow older. They may get dressed appropriately or inappropriately for the weather and go outside. This is dangerous. There could be a busy road or an area in town where people would not care about them and exploit them. Also, falls and accidents occur. So here again, I would say, use information technology and use the science around what exists to track people, to know where they are, cameras that can look around the buildings when people are leaving, so that you can prepare for it. So what I would do if I was working now, I would get all my staff together and I would discuss possibilities around this and draw up a list of what we could do and how we could prevent and manage such odd situations. So the whole thing becomes dynamic. We're not just sitting back and things happen and then we react. Make sure the person has enough exercise during the day. Try a walk before bedtime. During the summer, it might seem like daytime goes on forever. Have a clock which they can easily see. Consider issues of continence and the use of the toilet. Maintain comfortable sleeping environments. Engage them in enjoyable, meaningful activities. Develop structured daily routine. Know the person's history. If they used to work at nights, it might explain why they want to stay up and walk about during the night. And of course, we get the dilemma with people hiding things and losing things. They may hide objects to keep them safe and then forget where they put it. They may feel insecure and want to hold on to things that they still have. They may not remember where or indeed that they've hidden the items. And this could lead to some accusations of stealing, causing distress to themselves, their carer, and the people around them. Try to know their hiding places so that you may tactfully help them to find their property. Put documents and articles safely away and keep spare keys to cupboard. Some people may also hide food, and that may result in food being unfit to eat later and be a health risk. And this links in very closely with notions of challenging behaviors around suspiciousness. As the ability to process information declines, the person may become suspicious of other people's motives. If they are If they have mislaid an object, they may accuse someone of stealing it. Due to failing memory, they need to make sense of what's happening around them. They may imagine that people are trying to harm them or that they're being taken advantage of. Be calm, reassure, and distract. Distract them with a change of topic, a drink, or a change of activity. Remember, this feels real to the person. Explain to others that the mislaid objects may be around but just hidden. However, do not dismiss the suspicions and their accusations without investigating thoroughly. There is a possibility that the suspicions might be true. Overall, some general tips to keep in mind. Remember that the person is not deliberately being difficult. Ask yourself whether the behavior exhibited is really a problem and whose problem and how we need to deal with it. Try to put yourself into the person's situation. Imagine how they might be feeling and what they might be trying to express. Remember, all behavior is a means of communication. If you can establish what the person is trying to communicate, you will resolve the problem quicker. But a new problem might come tomorrow. That's just one thing. You need to be creative. Distract through calming activities. I use distract a lot. You might say, well, how do you do this? What is it all about? Music, paintings, book reading, listening, stroking a pet or soft toy, massage, head or hand, the use of water for play, for swimming, for baths, jacuzzi, aromatherapy, reflexology, relaxation, images and pictures of the past, singing songs they remember, and having foods that they love. Remember to engage in problem-solving discussions about what could happen and how it could be dealt with. You know, think we're here, this is the day, the people, whatever. What could go wrong? Discuss this beforehand and draw up a plan for manage, to prevent, to manage, and then to debrief afterwards. Use all these ideas to develop policies to teach each other and to practice safely, ethically, and sensitively. These policies must be seen as dynamic and flexible. You don't just come up with a policy and that's it in stone. It would continuously be revised and changed according to the people, the situation, and also according to the multidisciplinary team which is doing the discussion. Because each member of the multidisciplinary team will bring a different focus to the fore. If you cannot contain a behavior, even watching it, have someone else take over. If you find the behavior too difficult for you to deal with, ask for help, ask for advice. Know about medication, and particularly the medication the person is on, because you've got idiosyncratic responses. And be particularly good at understanding side effects and finding out from them what side effects they could be having. Ask for help and advice from relatives, friends, health professionals, and of course, the supporting dementia societies and organizations. I would suggest that the challenges and difficulties which we face with the person who is deemed to be living with dementia, we can go a long way if we start to think about prevention, yes, how you prevent things. If it happens, how you manage it, and then how you resolve and how you debrief the staff. So it becomes a dynamic learning situation, not recipes, and no policy is going to be set in stone, but it will change according to the individual, the organization, and the particular behavior which is being demonstrated. I thank you very much for listening through to me, and I think I've got a reference and a game which I think was developed in Holland, which I will email the details to your host today. Yes? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Livo, a very wonderful presentation. And I just want to share for those persons who are joining us on Zoom, I'm gonna ask my colleague later to actually share the link because this is also streamed live on YouTube. So I know that not just for Professor Livo, but a lot of the information that has been shared today, you would have found very informative and things that you want to go back and check in with as you make your plan. So we're going to share the link in the chat so that you can have that for easy access. But I just want to note, Professor Livel's presentation this morning was about managing challenging behaviors. And if there is anything that we can take from that, you know, one key point I want to leave with us is his recommendation to uphold dignity and to prevent unnecessary stress. And that is very important. I know, especially for family members, that, you know, the dignity issue sometimes becomes an issue, and you may be concerned, especially when the behavior becomes challenging in public. And so you still want to maintain their dignity as much as possible and do so by reducing unnecessary stress. So yes, you will get the repeated questions, but that's okay. So you're gonna watch the video again to learn some of the ways that you can deal with those challenging behaviors. All right, so we're gonna continue in our presentations. At this time, I'm gonna be inviting Professor Denise Eldemeyer-Shero to present to us about living with dementia during a pandemic. So Professor Eldemeyer-Shero is the Executive Director of Mona Aging and Wellness Center at the University of the West Indies. Her academic interests cover both aging and public health, and she's actively engaged in undertaking research in both areas. She contributed to the development of public health programs at Mona, and most recently, the Master of Public Health in Gerontology, Diploma in Gerontology, Diploma in Geriatrics, as well as the PhD in Aging Studies. Professor Shero also maintains a clinical practice. Now, you will have to ask her how she manages all of that. Now, throughout her academic career, Professor Shero has remained a strong and passionate advocate for older persons, both locally and internationally. And she has worked with PAHO, WHO, and the United Nations, and has contributed extensively to expert group meetings as well as technical meetings. She is patron of the National Council for Senior Citizens and honorary chairperson of Caribbean Community for Retired Persons. Professor Shero has been awarded fellow status in the Gerontological Society of America, that's GSA, which is the world's oldest and largest interdisciplinary organization devoted to research, education, and practice in the field of aging. And she also received the Order of Jamaica from the government of Jamaica for her outstanding contribution to older persons. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Professor Eldemeyer-Shero.
Good still morning, everyone. And thanks to Alzheimer's Jamaica for what seems to have now become an annual event. And we certainly would urge them to continue it because I think our persons living with dementia, if not them, certainly their caregivers, need to believe that people do care and that there is help and they're not alone. Thank you, Professor Leiber, because you have made my life a lot easier with your presentation. So this morning I'm going to look at caring for somebody with dementia during a pandemic. I don't know if it's been more challenging to the persons with dementia or to me who has to look after them. So I start with stress. Dwayne, I have a problem here because this thing is, I can't see my slide. How do I get rid of this? I only seeing half my, okay, I can read yours. Okay, no problem. So we know that persons with dementia, living with dementia, function best in an environment that does not change. Thank you. They don't do well being moved around the place or with having the everyday order disrupted. We know that COVID-19 has disrupted the normal. I keep hearing people talk about new normal, but persons living with dementia are not able to accept a new normal. They want what they're used to, what they have been safe in. And I think Professor Leiber referred to that of the safety of the environment. So it's not only disrupted the everyday lives of the persons, but very much so of their families. COVID prevention, COVID disease impact both the persons living with dementia and their families. We know that the cognitive deficits, and Professor Leiber spoke to this already, impact the comprehension and retention of information. And we know it varies from person to person because we have mild, moderate, and severe. It makes complying with protocols challenging, even frightening. I find in my practice that particularly the mask wearing has been very, very challenging for the persons with dementia. It has challenged me as to how best to cope with it. Coping because I guess I'm one of the few that have not stopped seeing patients. I have at least 50% of my colleagues that stopped. But I also don't want to get COVID. So I need to protect myself. I need to protect my office staff. I share a practice with a pediatrician. Therefore, I have persons in my practice who cannot be vaccinated. But I have a wonderful pediatrician, and we have worked out time so that we don't have the two age groups in the office at the same time. Because, of course, persons with dementia, like most old people, love children. Children love old people. So in my practice, these children climb all over my patients, and that's okay with my patients. Early on, I realized that masks were going to be particularly challenging. When they brought a patient, one of my regulars, so she was used to the office, she went berserk when she saw everybody in a mask. Now, they had a mask on her, and she wasn't trying to take off hers, but she wanted to know if she was diseased. Why were we scorning her? Because she's not used to this. She went ballistic because, of course, she had not understood. She's used to coming to this office. People are usually friendly to her. Suddenly, everybody is spraying her with sanitizer, taking her temperature, and nobody's coming near to her. And I think it's very important for us in the health professions to understand how frightening it is to persons living with dementia. And then, of course, you have the poor family who is now embarrassed. So I spend more time trying to tell the relative that it's okay, we understand. So now that all of us are vaccinated, we are a little more lenient with the masks than we should be. And I believe most of my patients living with dementia are in fact vaccinated themselves. But the cognitive deficits make it very difficult for both of them. Families and caregivers do try to insist, but then the people, as Professor Leiber spoke, to get very anxious, very frustrated, and can get quite aggressive, especially those with Alzheimer's as opposed to the vascular dementia. So it has been very challenging to maintain this normality, or since we now talk about normal, new normal, let's talk about the normality of the world of the person living with dementia. And yet, it's critical that it be done. So I think families need to recognize that they need to put their own feelings aside, and they need to not be embarrassed and to maintain it as much as they can. Caregiving is often disrupted by the protective actions. I know caregivers who in the earlier phases, last year we were locking down communities as opposed to countries. And then, so caregivers couldn't come out. So all of a sudden you've been living with dementia 5 years, 7 years. You bond to your caregiver. I think we all know that the best way to get somebody living with dementia to do something is go through the person they trust the most. All of a sudden, this trusted person is no longer in their immediate environment. I know many of my patients who were afraid they actually stopped the caregiver from coming because they were afraid of the transport and the taxis. I have one that actually picked up every morning and dropped off every evening, because at that time vaccines weren't available. Now, interestingly enough, this caregiver is an anti-vaxxer. So they have now been given the ultimatum. We're no longer prepared to pick you up because there's no an option. The family correctly has the fear of exposure from the caregiver. I have at least 2 patients that have got COVID from the caregiver. Fortunately, one was fully vaccinated and survived. Again, you wonder what are going through the minds of some of these caregivers. And I think it's very important for families to have a frank discussion. As I have said, persons living with dementia don't like change, and they can be affected by the change of caregivers. And this is not just an employed caregiver, because with the type of community spread that we have seen in Jamaica and the low levels of vaccination, families often get COVID and then they can't visit because they're protective. How do you explain? I mean, most of the people that I am seeing, even the mild persons that are early, don't understand what we're all talking about, because this COVID thing it's not very tangible, and it's a problem. But the caregiver is also affected by stress. We must remember that the caregiver is a human being. Even if the caregiver doesn't want the vaccine, let us respect and remember that the caregiver is also having their own experiences, because we are seeing, I can't remember the number of deaths we have seen, but most caregivers would have lost a family member, certainly would have lost a friend. Petrified that they're going to lose their job. And my experience is that most caregivers, the caregiver that survives with a family or lasts with a family, is somebody who has come to love the person they're caring, and the family respects and understands. Thank God, somebody understands and somebody loves them. So the poor caregiver is faced with, what happens if my person gets it? I'm going to lose somebody I love while they're losing others. And then there are all these stories, and the Lord help us with television and all these stories. So we must remember that the caregiver, as much as we want to protect our relative, the caregiver is also stressed, and they need love, they need understanding, and they need a conversation. So we've always focused on caregiver burnout, but I think this is a particularly stressful time for it. And the health services don't understand, but I'm going to come to that. What then of the impact of the disease? COVID has disrupted normal healthcare. The idea of taking somebody to hospital because they are sick is now a foreign concept. None of us want to take anybody to hospital. If you go to University Hospital now, you have to go through 47 people sitting in a driveway on oxygen outside the emergency department because there are simply no beds for them, because the 60-odd beds are taken up. So you have to go through this barrage of COVID to get somebody seen. Health centers are sending out notices saying, send for your prescription. Many of our persons living with dementia have hypertension, have normal prescriptions. There are patients that have not been checked for over a year. They're getting their prescriptions, but nobody has checked blood pressure. Relatives are afraid to take them. The health services don't want to see them. So we have this, again, another double whammy. So I would urge you to the caregivers, and if you have a question around this, you can put it in the chat and somebody can tell me if I'm to answer it while we're standing here. I think that we need to find a way to at least get their blood pressure and their sugar checked. Diet is also very difficult in this time because who wants to go to market? Who wants to go to the supermarket? Many of the families who have persons living with dementia are themselves over 60. All of us who are over 60, and I do say us, although I have a waiver, are still under lockdown. We are not supposed to leave our houses. So how do we do these except for essentials? What is essential? Who defines essential? Is a visit to a doctor essential? I think so, but you may not. Do I want to sit in a waiting room with other people? So there are the whole disease, the impact of the disease is just, it's very difficult to document it. We have tried to document it here and people are afraid. People recognize that the lockdown, the only good thing about all of this is that all of a sudden people think government care about older people. It's interesting. I'm concerned about the loneliness and the social isolation, but the people think government cares. That's why they've locked them down. If the person becomes infected, diagnosis can be very challenging. We know that older people in general do not respond the same way as younger people. Therefore, confusion is quite often the sign of COVID in somebody over 60, particularly over 75, 80. Yet confusion could be COVID, whether or not you know of the exposure, because of the oxygen lack. Which is it? Do I just presume it's something in the dementia? Do I just presume it will wear out, give them something sweet to drink, or do I need to get them checked? Then when you go to the hospital to get it, there are delays in care because you have to go through this whole COVID testing thing before you can get to see a doctor. Who's going to give the history? The person living with dementia who we know doesn't remember what happened yesterday, much less today. So the persons living with dementia are particularly, their families, because they aren't necessarily oriented to what's going on, it's a stressful time. It is particularly stressful if, suppose they're sick, suppose they really have something wrong with them and the blood pressure, the heart rate, everything suggests they need medical care. There's the 48-hour period where you have to wait for the COVID test to come back. They're isolated, they're locked in a room. Professor Leiber referred to the restraints. You can't explain to me what's wrong. And I had a patient referred for a medical condition who had to go through this routine of the COVID testing, was locked in a room for 2 days, the COVID room, pending the report. Of course, got boisterous because she had never been separated from her daughter. And it finally, when 2 days and the test come back negative, so she can have her care, she's had a stroke because she has gotten so agitated and nobody knew she had on a mask. So nobody noticed it. And it's when they give her to her daughter, the daughter says, can't you see she's had a stroke? The lady ends up dying of pneumonia from the stroke. not from COVID. So the disease has really impacted, and we must all understand that, and we must listen to the caregivers and the families. There is the potential worsening of the dementia due to the inflammatory effects of COVID. And in fact, there are at least 3 people who obviously would have been undiagnosed and would have had some memory loss, who have come out severely demented from their stay in ICU. One is in fact the doctor. And you're superimposing on top of the delirium associated with dementia, the delirium of COVID. So we need to recognize and to provide the information, as you are doing, as to what's going on. Clearly, vaccines are the answer. There's no other way for us to control COVID. There's no other way for us to avoid dying from COVID. It's clear the lockdowns don't work. Even Barbados has now had to say they have community spread again. Clearly, everyone in the household, I suppose I should have put here who qualifies, because clearly we can't give it to children who are not yet, needs to be vaccinated. It's the best way to protect our loved ones. And so I congratulate you for your vaccine drive-through tomorrow. And this is something that we'll do not only tomorrow, but we can facilitate once a month for people who need to get to the point. We have a team here. We've been doing children with autism. We've been battered from pillar to post already. We have done several persons with dementia, and the team knows how to speak to them, how to handle them. And we look forward to welcoming any that have been embarrassed. One lady with a daughter with autism said we were her 3rd center. And the way they spoke to her at one of them, she just got in the car. She actually sat outside for 2 hours trying to get the courage to ask if we would vaccinate the daughter. But she knew, she said, don't go in the car. She's going to run from the needle. And we brought her inside and did her. So we can deal with a person living with dementia who's going to run from us. Don't be embarrassed. Do not be afraid. The team here understands dementia, and they will get your person living with dementia vaccinated. Thank you. You have anything in the chat you need me to answer? Okay. Thank you. You all can turn back on.
So thank you so very much, Professor Eldermeyer Shearer, for that presentation just now. Looking at living with dementia during a pandemic. Okay, I see there is a there is a question for Prof. I was about to say that we're going to take questions at the end with all the presentations. All right, so let me try and find that question. Okay, all right, trying to pull up that question. Okay. Can you just read it for me again? Okay. Is it from Donna? Okay, so it says a high percentage of caregivers, example in nursing homes, are not vaccinated and find the cost of regular testing not affordable. Can they get free testing without symptoms?
They can get free vaccines.
Okay. And I think you'd have heard the response from Prof that free vaccines are available. Are there any more questions? No? All right. And just to say, if you have any further questions, we will still facilitate the question at the end. All right. So thanks again, Prof, for that presentation. We're going to invite Mrs. Eunice Adeyo, and she's the matron of the Golden Age Home. She's Nigerian by birth and has been in Jamaica visiting Jamaica since the year 2006. She finally chose to call Jamaica home in 2017. She has extensive professional experience as a registered nurse, midwife, health educator, a nurse administrator. She's worked in various settings, in chronic settings, psychiatry, oncology, medical and surgical nursing, and has administered nursing care to persons of different age cohort. She holds a Master of Science degree in Nursing Administration from the University of the West Indies, as well as a Master and Bachelor of Education in Health Education from the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. She's a registered and licensed nurse midwife by the Nursing Council of Jamaica, as well as the Nursing and Midwifery Council of Nigeria. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mrs. Eunice Adeo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Can you see the slide, please?
Yes, we can.
All right, great.
Can you put it on slideshow, please?
Yeah. All right. I want to appreciate the organizers for allowing me to give this presentation. So I'm going to be talking about the experiences and strategies used by care homes in meeting the care needs of the people with dementia. All right, like we all know, dementia, as we all know, is one of the consequences of the degenerative changes that occur in the brain tissue of older adults. And it imposes several burdens upon the carer, the family, and patients himself or herself, as we have heard from the previous presenters. Dementia is a syndrome in which there is deterioration in cognitive function beyond what might be expected from the usual consequences of biological aging. And it is also progressive. Around 55 million people have dementia worldwide. And as the proportion of older people in the population keep increasing, there is tendency for the number to increase. There is expectation that it will rise to 78 million in 2030 and 139 million in 2050. Dementia affects each person in different ways, depending on the underlying cause and other health conditions. Some have, like we've had, some have other comorbidities like diabetes, hypertension, even psychosis. And it also depends on the person's cognitive functioning before becoming ill. Nurses play key role in recognition of dementia, especially during admission while assessing the patient. And to give quality care to these categories of patients, there is need for us to be able to identify their priority needs. Some of the needs identified are cognitive needs, safety and security, self-care, psychosocial needs, communication, nutritional needs, rest, comfort, and activity. Now we want to look at the goals of intervention. The intervention for dementia, the interventions for dementia are aimed at one, promoting patient function. It's also aimed at independence for as long as possible. Though we know that the disease is progressive, but we want to encourage, we want to ensure independence as long as possible. We also want to promote patient safety because of the various behavioral challenges that we have had in the previous presentation. Then also aimed at independence in self-care activities, reducing anxiety and agitation, improving communication, providing adequate nutrition, and also providing for socialization. So we are going to look at the nurses intervention according to the nursing diagnosis and intervention. But we also need to understand in the care home, what we use is individualized person-centered model of care. And this involves the person's background, likes and dislikes in terms of food, in terms of what they do, their values, abilities. All these are taken into account to develop communication and care strategies that encourage positive responses and interaction. So the first one we want to look at in the nursing diagnosis and intervention is impaired verbal communication. This can be related to the disease condition dementia. It can also be related to age-related factors or even psychosis. And it is evidenced by inability to speak properly. At times, there will be repetitive speech. At times, asking questions over and over again. So on admission, history taking that promotes friendly, familiar, and welcoming dialogue is used. This will make the patient to feel familiar, because normally they don't like change. And when they come into the home or they are admitted in the hospital, there is need for the caregiver in the hospital or care home to make them feel at home. They will also need to orientate the patient, because it's a change environment. So when we come, we need to orientate them to the environment, especially even with their condition that they have change in cognitive function. In communicating with them, we also use simple sentences with simple words so that they will be able to comprehend what you are telling them. There is need to speak clearly and slowly. Some of the patients, they have hearing impairment. So all this needs to be put into consideration. Also, we also try to inform the patient of the care to be done for them with one instruction at a time. Because by the time you say a lot of things at a time, they will not be able to comprehend. And then when communicating with them, you use face-to-face interaction to be able to get their attention and for them to be able to understand what you are saying. Also, we need to monitor the patient for non-verbal communication. For instance, facial grimacing may be that they are having pains and they may not be able to talk. They may decide not to talk. So all this non-verbal communication is very important in caring for patients with dementia. When they are smiling, or they may be pointing to something, crying, and so on. We need to encourage them to use speech when possible. Also, we try as much as possible to avoid rushing the patient when struggling to express feelings and thoughts, so that they will be able to know that they are appreciated, they are recognized. But when you rush them, it may lead to anger, and before you know it, they begin to exhibit, to manifest behaviors that are not pleasant. The next one is self-care deficits. This can be related to cognitive impairments. It can also be related to neuromuscular impairments. And this can be evidenced by some of them inability to wash even their body parts, some inability to take off necessary clothing. So the first aspect of self-care deficit we're looking at is bathing and hygiene. So we try to provide bath chairs and stool to make them comfortable in the bathroom. And patients with dementia, we don't leave them alone in the bedroom because anything can happen. They may turn up the pipe and many things. So you don't leave them alone. Also in the home, we try, like in Golden Age home, we try to retrofit our bedroom to accommodate them. Some will have to move in with wheelchair, bed chairs, bath chairs, and the bedroom should be retrofitted to accommodate them, things they can hold on to prevent fall and all that. Also, when taking care of dementia patients, there is need to be flexible when there is resistance. I remember an incident of a resident in the home that refused to take his breakfast and lunch because he was taken to the bathroom to take his bath. So I had to, speak to the caregiver on the cluster that for now, this resident wants bed bath. Just clean him on the bed instead of insisting on taking him to the bathroom. Until then, he started taking his meal. So at times, we need to be flexible with them when they are resistant to what we want them to do or what we think is best for them. Also, we should allow the patient to perform as much of the tasks as able. And then we give the needed assistance. Some may not be able to even take their bath at all. In that case, we'll have to do all that we need to do to ensure that they are keeping their personal hygiene. And those that can do it will be allowed to do what they can do, and then we'll finish it up. Self-care deficits in relation to toileting. We assist the patient to use the toilet as scheduled intervals. This will help to prevent the patient from urinating on themselves all the time. So at interval, 1 hour, 1.5 hours, we encourage them to use the bathroom. Also, some of the patients will have to use diapers because no matter how the schedule you try to do, they still wet themselves. So to prevent patient getting wet all the time, we make use of diapers. And when they use the diapers, occasionally we check so that we don't leave it for too long that can cause another problem for the patient. We also use appropriate assistive devices like using wheelchair, using lifts, patient transfer lifts for some that cannot even move at all, that have impaired physical mobility. We use some of these devices in taking care of them. We also ensure that we maintain commode and toilet tissues close to the bedside for nighttime utilization. This is very important so that it will prevent fall. Research has made it known that there are a lot of falls in the night, and is in relation to using the toilet. We also encourage fluid intake of at least 2 to 3 liters per day, unless contraindicated. However, fluid intake is encouraged during the day. When it is getting to the evening, we try as much as possible to reduce the fluid intake at that time, so that it will prevent them from waking up several times to use the toilet. And at the same time, we want them to be well hydrated, because the elderly, one of the problems they are prone to is dehydration. So we encourage them to take a lot of fluid during the day. Self-care deficit in relation to dressing and grooming. We assist with cutting and filing of nails, application of moisturizers to keep the skin intact. We also ensure provision of appropriate sized loose cotton clothes to make them comfortable. Also, we assist in putting on the clothes. For those that cannot do it at all, we assist them in doing it. And then while doing all this, privacy is ensured. Another nursing diagnosis we'll look at is disturbed thought process. This can be related to change in cognitive abilities, or even dementia, the disease condition. And this can be evidenced by memory loss, disorientation to time and place, even at persons. So there is need to assess the patient at this time. Some of the issues, needs they face as a result of disturbed thought process is nutrition. So we assess patient for poor nutrition and dehydration. We also try to orientate them to the environment, like I said earlier on. And then we also maintain a regular daily schedule routine to prevent problems that may result from thirst, hunger, lack of sleep, or inadequate exercise. We also ensure to help them in their nutritional need. We ensure that patients eat food. Some of the patients, if you just give them the food, they will not eat it. So there are some of them you need to sit down beside them and feed them. So the caregiver needs time to sit down and ensure that they eat their food. We also ensure that we provide well-balanced diet to boost their immunity, knowing that at this stage in their life, immunity is likely to reduce. And then food are also cut into pieces to prevent choking, and then to make it easy for them, to make it easier for them to eat. We also encourage fluid intake. This is very important for the elderly. Another diagnosis we will look at is the risks for injury, and bringing two together, wandering and risks for injury. This can be related to being unable to recognize or identify hazards in the environment. It may also be related to mental illness or aging. And this can be evidenced by falls. They are prone to falls, or the wandering, aimless ambulation, just going up and down. At this time, we try as much as possible to eliminate or minimize sources of hazards. And some of the things we do is to ensure that fewer objects are on the floor, ensure that there are no clusters of things on the floor that can lead to fall, and then to ensure that the floor is dry all the time. If there is any spillage, immediately we ensure that it is mopped and the floor kept dry. Also, sharp objects must be kept under lock. Scissors or any sharp object, knife, must not be left with the residents. They must be kept under lock because they can use it to injure themselves or to injure other patients. We also ensure that we avoid sharp edges, spoons, and plates, because at times they can, when they are angry, they can throw it at anybody or do anything. So we avoid sharp edges, spoons, and plates. Medication also are out of reach. Also, we must ensure that we reduce chances of confused interpretation. What I mean is that drink bottles that they use for drink must not be used for any other chemical, so that they won't think they are similar. It's the same water they want to drink. So any similar bottle of drink should not be used for chemical or anything that will be injurious to them. We also ensure adequate lighting, especially at night, so that when they move around, they'll be able to see, and that can prevent fall or any injury. For dementia patients, we also try to ensure that they use low bed with rails to prevent fall. In some institutions or care homes, alarm system is being used. Though in Golden Age Home, we don't have that. But we make use of the security at the gates. Alarm system, when there is alarm system, once they have the identity bracelet in their hands, once that identity bracelet come in contact with the door, there will be alarm, and that will make the caregivers to know that somebody is trying to go out. So identity bracelet is also used. In the bracelet, the name of the patient, address, telephone number can be used. As even for people at home, it will be very useful, so that in case they miss their way, they can easily get help through the phone number address on the bracelet. Also, we can allow wandering in a controlled environment, and that is what we do in Golden Age Home. Allowed wandering in a controlled environment as appropriate or within acceptable limitation. Like in Golden Age Home, we use clusters. We have clusters, and the compound is big, but the main outlet security is there, so they can't go out. So within the compound, they are free to move around. And after some time, they go back to their room. If they don't go back to their room, easily we will see them on the compound. So the next nursing diagnosis and intervention is social isolation. Social isolation, which can be related to confusion or even memory loss. And these can be evidenced by withdrawn. At times they are withdrawn, they don't talk to anybody, uncommunicative, they don't talk, they exhibit hostile behavior. This is as a result of social isolation. So some of the things we do is to allow them to play games. Some of them will play games with each other. At times, some of the caregivers will play games with them, the ones they are comfortable with. Is a source of diversional therapy for them and recreational. And then we also have television in all the clusters in some of the rooms that they can watch the program, and then they feel relaxed when they are watching the program. Music is another one. On all the clusters, they have music player where they listen to music and they enjoy themselves. Some of them will be dancing and just, enjoy themselves. And then walking is also part of what we can use. Our social workers also get involved in this, make them to walk around, involve them in exercises. Also, we ensure that we provide rest and sleep period to avoid situations that causes frustration, agitation, or sensory overload. So we encourage them to have siesta in the afternoon and to sleep at night in a comfortable room and comfortable environment. Other strategies that I use is rehabilitation services. Utilization of this skill can really be helpful. There are some of them that know how to sew before. We have the sewing unit. They go there, they do what they can do at their own time, and they go back to their room. Some of them get involved in farming, yet they may not be able to do much, but at least they're part of some of the things they get involved with, those that are interested. And some of them get involved in crafts, bead making, tie and dyeing. Within short time when they can comprehend, they stay there and do some things and they go. Then books and magazines are also made available for reading. We have library in the home when some of them will go there, read and leave the place to rest. So these are some of the strategies that we use. Also, medical aspect is very important. There is need to identify and treat accompanying physical illnesses. In the home, we have in-house medical officer that review and treat the residents on regular basis. And we also ensure that they attend their hospital appointments, health center appointments, so that they will be monitored even with their comorbidities. In conclusion, managing people with dementia requires patience, empathy, sensitivity, and dedication. As such, it is important that nurses, caregivers bear each other's burden. Especially, we have heard about even the burden of COVID-19, a lot of things, new things evading. So there is need for us to bear one another's burden. That is, we should look after ourselves and each other by peer support and mentoring, and extend this support to multidisciplinary colleagues. These are my references. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so very much, Mrs. Adeo. Thank you so much for your presentation. And the pointers that you gave are so enlightening, especially it's very good to see what it is that is happening in the nursing home setting. And this is now our public Golden Age home in Jamaica. So just in case you're wondering, a Golden Age home in Jamaica is provided, care and services are provided to residents free of cost by the government of Jamaica. And so across different parishes, you may know them by other name, such as the infirmaries, which basically would be the infirmary of the specific parish that it is located in. But for Kingston, I think we have about 2 or 3 Golden Age homes, and these are administered by the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. So thank you so much, Mrs. Adeo, for sharing what it is that happens in the Golden Age home. And I'm sure, I think it would be a very important discussion to have going forward with other facilities as well in the private setting to get a better understanding of what happens there. And so I just want to quickly look at a question that was in the chat, and this is from Bernetta Jones, and she was asking if there are specific facilities, especially for males who have this condition. I just want to indicate that basically the setup within the Golden Age home or any other public home facilities, as well as typically in some nursing homes, is that males and females are separated in terms of their sleeping accommodation on facilities. So, you know, you can have further discussion with one of these facilities if this is something that you are interested in. So I know we've been having quite a lot of discussion, and I'm seeing from the chat, both in YouTube as well as Zoom, that there are many questions and persons are very interested in the conversation that we're having. And one of the most often asked questions I'm seeing so far is, do we have access to these presentations after? I just want to allay all your fears that the presentations, the lecture, everything, the slides, they're all available. You can always go back and watch this video. It will be available to you on YouTube. All right. So, so some of the questions persons would have asked in YouTube, as I said, you can pick up again by watching this video. I want to acknowledge a question from Lana from Barbados. And she's asking about sharing greater understanding about how it is that we vaccinate persons with dementia. And I think I just want to make a public suggestion here, which is that I want everybody to subscribe to our YouTube link. And that is going to be shared in the chat for persons who are on Zoom. And once you subscribe, I'm going to take chairperson's privilege and encourage my colleagues that this is a conversation that we need to have further. So maybe it is that we need to formally have that forum where we can discuss that whole issue about facilitating persons with dementia in other countries across the region. And I know we may have persons from other countries here as well. But as Professor Eldemire Shearer mentioned earlier, we have been doing a great job of it here in Jamaica. And so I just want to put a plug, as she mentioned earlier, for the vaccination drive that is taking place tomorrow. If this is something that you require, then the services are available to you, your family, and caregivers as well. All right. So we're just going to continue with the program, and I do want to apologize because I know we're going a little bit beyond the scheduled time, but you would bear with us and understand given the technical challenges we had at the beginning. So we're going to, at this time, have a presentation from Ms. Nastasia Nunez, and she's the program coordinator for health at the National Council for Senior Citizens. And so today she's going to be sharing with us about meeting the needs of older adults in Jamaica, the programmatic response. Ms. Nunez, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Okay, wonderful. Are you also able to see the presentation?
Yes, we are. Can you put it in slideshow?
Wonderful. All right, thank you so much for your kind words of introduction. This is McCoy Davis. It's my pleasure to be joining you on this webinar today in recognition of World Alzheimer's Month and also World Alzheimer's Day. I'm just going to jump straight into my presentation, and the topic of my presentation this morning is meeting the needs of older adults, a programmatic response. So the National Council for Senior Citizens, we are a department within the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. The Secretariat is located at 11 West Kings House Road, Kingston 10. And a bit later, towards the end of my presentation, I will again be sharing our contact details with you. And if possible, would also have that information available to persons who may need it after the presentation is finished. So who is the National Council for Senior Citizens? We are established on May 20, 1976, previously known as the National Council for the Aged. And we are the agency within the ministry that advises the ministry on all matters concerning the welfare of senior citizens, that is persons 60 years and older. And we also implement the national policy for senior citizens. We promote active aging across the generation while encouraging participation of seniors in nation building. We also give recognition to seniors as vital and useful members of society while establishing and maintaining programs to meet the need of all senior citizens, and of course, bridging the intergenerational gap through intergenerational approaches. Who do we serve? So we serve all senior citizens, and just reiterating the fact that senior citizens are persons 60 years and older. We also work with volunteers and students, and of course a large conglomerate of collaborating organizations. And just to name a few, these organizations would include the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, of course, Mona Aging and Wellness Center, the National Health Fund, RADA, CCRP, and many other partners. What is the demographic situation? The population of senior citizens is increasing both in absolute numbers and as a percentage of the total population, especially here in Jamaica. Older persons constitute 12.1% of the population, which is approximately 305,164 persons. And this is expected to double by 2050. What are some of the services that we offer at the National Council for Senior Citizens? Of course, we have a Senior Citizens Identification Card, which is for persons 60 years and older who can use the Senior Citizens Identification Card for concessionary bus fares on the JUTC, that's the Jamaica Urban Transit Company buses. And the required documents include a valid proof of age, and also, if needed, we will be sharing further information in regards to the requisite documents that persons will need to have or prepare in applying for the Senior Citizens Identification Card. We also have a few partnering agencies that offer different or varying discount services or products to older adults who present their Senior Citizens Identification Card when they visit their franchises. You can also use the card for legal and business transactions, for example, at financial institutions such as banks, post office, the passport office, among many other agencies. The council also recognizes centenarians. Of course, centenarians are persons 100 years and older. And we also have a database that we're presently keeping. So if there's anyone who have joined the webinar today and know of a centenarian who they have never reported to the council, you are welcome to do so. Again, when I share the contact information at the end of my presentation, you can send the information to us. Centenarians Day is celebrated on May 20 of each year. And we also recognize grandparents, and this recognition happens on the last Sunday in September. Point to note, September is also Senior Citizens Month. celebrated here in Jamaica, and Grandparents' Day is usually celebrated on the last Sunday of this month, which for this month will be September 26th. We also have a home help service which is provided free of cost by the ministry, and we have nurses and volunteers who work with the council, and we also conduct this home help service through a needs assessment which allows us to identify vulnerable and indigent older adults and shut-ins who are in need of home help assistance. Currently, this assistance is only available in the parishes of Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine. And we have on our plan to extend this service as well as a part of our future plans, because we know that there are persons outside of these parishes who are in need of this specific type of service. The council also provides computer training for older adults, and there are many partners that we've worked with or collaborated with over the years, one of which includes the parish libraries across the island. And the seniors are able to call into the secretariat or the various parish offices to sign up to be registered for these computer training sessions. Unfortunately, we are in the middle of a pandemic, and because of the type or the nature of this training, it's more hands-on, face-to-face, and so presently we've had to suspend the training sessions, but we are in the process of trying to see how we can revise the training so we're able to still facilitate persons who wish to register and also be trained. It is very important to establish this type of training because, as you know, we're moving into a technology age, and the age is not going to move forward without the inclusion of older adults, and that's something that we here at the council advocate for. And so we want to ensure that all older persons are retrofitted with the skills to be able to handle the technology that they will now have to become more comfortable with utilizing. Other trainings and skills training that we provide includes handicraft instructors who we work with very closely with the RADA, Jamaica 4-H, JCDC, as well as other skilled persons in the areas of art, craft, culinary arts, horticulture, agriculture, and technology. As you can see here in the photo on my right, we have some older persons who were participating in a training session where they were taught how to make various preserves, jellies, jams, and not only are these skills training sessions for the development or enhancement of skills to older persons, but they cross over into intergenerational training sessions where older persons, once they're able to hold these skills, they're also able to pass on these skills to younger persons, which is also important. We also have training and education for members of staff, volunteers, students, seniors, and the public through meetings, seminars, and workshops. The National Council for Senior Citizens also works very closely in organizing in every parish senior citizens club, and the purpose of these clubs is to provide cultural, spiritual, physical, social, and occupational activities for persons 60 years and older. Membership is open to all senior citizens within the geographic region, and members are in charge of deciding when it is that they host their respective meetings, and also include an executive who operates the everyday functioning of the clubs. However, again, I must highlight in regards to the pandemic, a lot of these clubs have been suspended by virtue of the fact that senior citizens are being encouraged not to go out, so that they can be safe. And so what we have done, we have moved online, and we have encouraged the senior citizens who are part of these clubs to also go online. So that way we are able to still have persons socially engaged, Professor Elderman sure earlier spoke about the increase in social isolation, which can also lead to feelings of alienation and depression. And so when older persons are not able to actively engage in some of these activities that they usually are a part of and not able to see persons that they usually would have been able to interact with, it can lead to feelings of alienation, loneliness, and ultimately depression. So in order to not have that happen, we have encouraged seniors to go on the online portals such as the social media groups, include WhatsApp, and so persons are still being engaged. And we also work very closely with community groups and churches within various communities, as well who also work very close with our parish organizers who are located in every parish across the island. So we're always maintaining contact with older persons, especially those who would have been registered to clubs. We also have aligned to Senior Citizens Club Day activity centers, and these centers also operate island-wide and provide an important outlet for the energies of senior citizens. There, there are places where seniors meet, socialize, participate in healthy and financial rewarding activities. The council also on a daily basis, we do a lot of referrals because we want to provide information and make referrals in matters concerning the needs and concerns of senior citizens. So we are able to help to locate and obtain the requisite support services provided by governmental and non-governmental organizations, some of which include the National Health Fund, JADEP, or Government of Jamaica, sorry, cards and programs. I must highlight presently, and I would also encourage, since I have the opportunity to do so, for those persons who are unaware, the National Health Fund and JADEP, they have recently launched the initiative where they are merging both the National Health Fund card and the JADEP card benefits. So for those older persons who only have the JADEP cards, but they do not have the National Health Fund cards, you are being encouraged to go and register for the National Health Fund cards, because both benefits are now under one card, which is an NHF card. And when you go in to access the benefits, once they swipe the NHF card, you're able to receive all the benefits across the board. We also have referrals that are done to the National Insurance Scheme, which also includes the NI Gold. The NI Gold is simply another insurance card that are utilized by pensioners once it is that you reach the pensionable age and have applied for your pension under the scheme and have met the requisite requirements to receive a pension. You automatically, upon the receipt of your pension, will also receive the NI Go card. So again, persons are being encouraged to ensure once you go in to apply to receive your benefit that you also apply to get the NI Gold as well. Persons are also being encouraged, if you have not attained the age of seniority and you are planning to, or for those persons who are looking to start making their applications, so we encourage you to also, if you do not have in place any financial accounts, banking accounts, or savings accounts, we're encouraging you to do so. I know a lot of persons are hesitant, especially older persons, in regards to opening savings accounts at the bank. But again, it goes back to I mentioned about moving into the technology age earlier. Most financial institutions are going online and are also becoming cashless, where they're moving away from physical, for persons accessing a physical space. And so as we move into that new age, we also want to work with older persons in graduating to that stage as well. So encouraging you to start making preparations to do so. So if you have not, if you do not presently have an account, we'd encourage you to go and to a financial institution to have one, to open one, or have a family member or a younger person who you can trust to help you with the process. We also make referrals to the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disability. We work very closely with them. They have many benefits or grants available to not only seniors with disabilities, but all persons with disabilities. And of course, we have a new benefit or program that we are referring persons to, which includes our social pension program. And this is a program that benefits persons who are 75 years and older. They receive a grant through cash from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, the government, and there's an application form that they have to complete. They can go into, again, any of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security parish offices to complete the application forms, which will be reviewed. And upon review, if it is that you are accepted to be a part of the program, you'll be contacted by a social worker at the office, and they will give you the requisite instructions as to how to proceed. We also work very closely with NHT, the Program for Advancing Through Health and Education, PATH, the Ministry of Health and Wellness. We also work closely with the Forest Department, Food for the Poor, among many other agencies. And of course, health and wellness. And in the midst of a pandemic, that's one of the primary focuses on the minds of all persons, especially older persons who are always highlighted as one of the vulnerable groups in this pandemic. And so the objectives that the council hopes to meet in regards to ensuring the health and wellness of older persons to promote healthy and active aging. We also want to delay the onset. We would hope that we're through the health and wellness programs that we have to delay onset of chronic diseases and also to ensure psychological well-being of older adults. Some of the activities that we do, that we have that will ensure that this happens or promotes this includes our parish, regional, and national sports and the cheerleading competition. We also host varied numbers of health workshops, seminars, and fairs. Now, again, presently, in light of the pandemic, especially our sports and cheerleading competition, we have not been able to host any of those, but we do still host a large number of webinars, health webinars, and workshops with older persons. Again, encouraging persons, if you are 6 years and older and are logged into the webinar today, we would want you to share your information with us so we can reach out to you if you have not already been registered with the council, so it is that you can receive the necessary updates that we have in light of the different activities that we do. I must plug in though, tomorrow, the National Council in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Wellness will be hosting a physical activity workout session at 10 a.m. We will be sending out flyers for persons to join in via Zoom. It promises to be a very interactive and energetic session, so we will encourage all persons to join in on that session, and of course to ensure that when you're joining in, that you invite someone else to come with you as well. The council also provides mental stimulation and social interaction activities. Again, this is important, especially when we're dealing with older adults. In a photo to my right, we had persons who were participating in our national spelling bee competition. Yes, we do have older persons who participate in a spelling bee competition. One year we had someone as old as 84 participating, and even one year we had a male who was a winner. And so we encourage persons to remain mentally sharp through these activities that we have. We also have a public speaking competition. We recently had the launch of the 2021 public speaking competition last Thursday. And so we're looking forward to that competition, which is scheduled for sometime in October. We have the Bible quiz competition, which is also scheduled for later this year, hopefully based on how the protocols turn out in regards to the pandemic. We also encourage recreational trips, and we have zonal domino tournament competitions, which are now presently suspended in light of the pandemic, and we also host a variety of information seminars and fairs, which are also now mostly virtual. We have cultural activities, which include our parish cultural days. We have had a Brillante National Cultural Festival. We work very closely with JCDC, Jamaica 4-H, and of course the Denby Agricultural Show, because who else but older persons are able to pass on those traditions, morals, and values that we as Jamaicans hold very dear, especially to the younger generation, some of who are not familiar with many of our cultures and the things that happened in the past, and also are things that is fundamental to where we're going in the future. So those are some activities that we also encourage persons to participate in. We also have different projects, which include caring projects, community projects, and income generating projects. As you can see on photos on my left, last year we had persons participating in a farming competition island-wide, and persons received seeds and various tools where they were able to do backyard gardening, and we were able to reap quick crops, some of which include like sweet peppers, hot peppers, cucumbers, among other such crops. And that was a very enlightening and engaging project for many older adults who had never tried their hand at gardening. I, for one, do not have a green thumb, so it was just good to have been a part of such an initiative. We were able to encourage, especially older adults who would have been at home, to be active in a fun way. Dance, we have a dance group called the Recycled Twin Teenagers, as you can see some photos here. The group performs at different functions and events across the island, and they have choreography to different genres of music. By the end of the day, it's not so much about having a choreography per se, but again, it's about health and wellness and being active, because the mantra of the council is to promote healthy, active aging. And so in everything that we do, we want to always ensure that that's at the forefront. So dance is always a fun way to ensure that you're physically active. Again, plugging in our physical activity workout session tomorrow with the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Dance is also one of the many fitness sessions that will be a part of the workout activity tomorrow. So you are only going to know what's happening if you plug into the session tomorrow at 10. We also encourage, I should say, and promote intergenerational bonding. As you can see from this lovely photo here that I have of our family, despite a pandemic, it's always important to stay connected. And though staying connected now means a different thing, or there are different methods that persons will have to utilize to ensure that they're staying connected. We encourage younger family members, do not allow older persons to feel lonely or isolated. Please visit, of course, ensuring that you practice the respective protocols and health safety mechanisms to ensure that all older persons are safe. And especially for persons, as was brought out by Dr. Elimashira, who have dementia and Alzheimer's, you always want to ensure that they are still seeing familiar faces, that we're still engaging with them. And so that's something that's very important, even amidst the pandemic, that we stay connected. We also plan retirement planning seminars for all age groups, and we have two types. We have what we call a Savvy Students Lifestyle Planning Seminar, which engages students 12 to 18 years old, and it's geared towards preparing students for retirement in a fun, engaging way. We also have seminars and workshops for working age adults, and that's persons ages 18 years to 60. Retirement is important, and especially as you age, you come to realize that and I would want to say, in our culture, our context here in Jamaica, many persons do not see the importance of preparing for retirement. And so even when the pandemic came in, we realized that came out very much, because we saw where a large number of persons would have been affected financially, especially. And so it's important to drive home that fact now. And so as we're looking towards a new normal, or we're looking towards re-engaging society, we want persons to have this now at the forefront of their minds as we do that, as not just as individuals but as a population. And so moving over, we into volunteerism, we work with younger persons under age 60, to partner with us in regards to working close with older adults. We find that many times that things go easier, or they're more exciting when we have younger persons working with older persons, because at the end of the day we also want to ensure that we bridge the intergenerational gap. And so if you are interested in volunteering with the council, again, presently many of our activities that we would have usually engaged volunteers in, we're presently not doing it, but as we change the dynamics as to how we are now going to be having to engage older persons, we are still in need of volunteers in different ways. So if you're interested, you can call us. As you can see the numbers on my screen again, I'm going to be sharing those contact information with you closer to the end of my presentation. But if you are able to know, you can write down the numbers as they are on your screen. This is our toll-free number, 1-888-SENIORS, which is also 1-888-736-4677. Outreach and advocacy is very important to the council, and as a part of our outreach and advocacy, one of the things that we try to ensure is food security. And one of the ways that we're able to do this is through the Meals on Wheels feeding program that the council has, where we provide food packages to persons, to older, vulnerable, older, indigent adults across the island. We also prepare cooked meals for persons within the corporate area of Kingston and St. Andrew. We also, of course, when we speak about advocacy, ensure the safety and protection of older adults, which always includes the rights of older persons. And especially when we're going to talk about older persons who have dementia and Alzheimer's, that takes us even a step further, because there are many other underlying issues that come with ensuring the safety and protection and rights of older persons presenting with dementia and Alzheimer's. And so that's something that we at the council want to ensure that we do. And one of the many ways that we're able to do this is through elder abuse investigations that we do. Presently, there is no law, there is no legislation that provides the council with the jurisdiction in which to operate actively in ensuring the safety and protection of older persons, but that is something that we're looking forward to. And so as I speak earlier, I spoke about September being Senior Citizens Month. Our theme for this month, Senior Citizens Month, is recovering with resilience. So that's our theme for 2021. And this year we're going to be having a week, or celebrating a week of activity. And the week starts Sunday, September 26th, and ends on Friday, October 1st. Now, Sunday, October 26th is also National Grandparents' Day. You would have heard me speak about that earlier. And we also end or close the celebration on Friday, October 1st, which is International Day of Older Persons. Our schedule for the month will be posted as a supplement in the Observer on the 26th. So we'd encourage persons to go out and get your copy of the Observer. You'll also find a host of other information that's important, significant information in regards to not only Senior Citizens Month, but also Alzheimer's Month. And so there are many interesting features and articles that will be a part of the supplement. So we would like you to go to, and whether virtually online, and review the supplement or purchasing your own copy as a keepsake, you are encouraged to do so. The flyer for the month of activities is also available online. So you can check the ministry's website to access that information as well. So future projections for the comes as I'm winding down. We are implementing the national policy for senior citizens. I would have alluded to that earlier, and I'm going to be speaking a bit more on that as I close off today, because that's one of the many important things that we want to drive home. Because if we're thinking about future, especially coming out of a pandemic, one of the many ways that we're able to ensure that we move forward is through policies that are going to better be able to guide how we as individuals, community, and as a nation are able to safeguard not just only persons with dementia and Alzheimer's, but all older adults and the population in general. And we also who anticipates that with the global aging of the population and increase in elder abuse and neglect will be seen due to increasing vulnerabilities. Cases of elder abuse are underreported worldwide. And I want to hone and zoom in onto this point as a future projection, because we find that in many of the cases that are reported to us in regards to elder abuse, we find that many of the victims of these types of abuse are usually older adults who present with dementia and Alzheimer's. So it therefore means that this is something that we are going to have to advocate for, and this is something that the council is putting on as a future projection in regards to legislation for elder abuse. And then, of course, when we move forward, again, it comes back to the whole issue of digital equity for all ages. And this speaks to technology age, and if it is that technology is applicable to all sectors in society, especially in regards to access for older persons. And so if it's the first time for many of you, if you've never heard of the National Policy for Senior Citizens, Ministry of Labour and Social Security 2021, and the context of the National Policy for Senior Citizens ties into the Vision 2013 National Development Plan. And Goal 1 speaks to Jamaicans being empowered to achieve their fullest potential. And the outcome for that is effective social protection for all. And Jamaica's social protection strategy, which is to effectively address needs of most vulnerable citizens. The national policy for senior citizens, our vision is that we want all senior citizens to live and participate actively in a society that guarantees their rights, recognizes their capabilities and contributions, and facilitates their enjoyment of a life of fulfillment, health, and security. And the pillars of this includes active and productive aging for national development, integrated responsibility, and enabling and supportive environments. And this is especially true when we speak of the whole issue of persons who have dementia and Alzheimer's. Inclusivity is very important in all sectors. And so the policy has 6 thematic areas, and I'm just going to quickly share with you as I'm coming to a close. The first thematic area speaks to social engagement and participation. It's the innate capacities and vulnerabilities of seniors to enhance their continued contribution to national development and the engagement of families and communities. And this is very important because when we speak about the whole, earlier we had a cultural item from so as I close, because I've been told that my time is gone now, as I close, I'm sorry, the increased participation of senior citizens in all spheres of society by 2030, improved income security and social protection for senior citizens by 2030, health and wellness. We also have the physical environment protection and safety, family integration and intergenerational transfers, governance and capacity building as a thematic area, the 6 thematic areas. That's a presentation that I hope I may get a chance to present on outside of the webinar. So as I close, I thank you for having me today make this presentation on behalf of the council, and I hope that we will be able to hear more. And I also encourage all other persons who are joined in today to reach out to National Council for Senior Citizens so we can better be able to serve you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Nunes, for your presentation. And I just want to say, I note that there are questions in the chat about the council. So I know that in the Zoom room, Simone has shared the contact details for the council, and we will ensure that for YouTube, it is shared as well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. I also want to apologize because we understand that Ms. Nunes had some challenges with her presentation earlier. So we do apologize for that, and we will try to facilitate the sharing of same. At this time, we're going to go to our final presentation, and I'm just asking you to bear with us because I know that this one is going to be good. We're going to be hearing from Dr. Sharon McKenzie, and she is a tenured faculty at King University, New Jersey, teaching in the recreation, administration, and recreational therapy degree programs. She obtained her PhD in education with emphasis on therapeutic recreation and gerontology from the University of Minnesota. She completed a 3-year NIA postdoctoral fellowship at the Medical University of South California. Dr. McKenzie has been honored as a programs to increase diversity among individuals engaged in health-related research, that's PRIDE, behavioral and sleep medicine scholar, and this was sponsored by the National Institute of Health and the John Hopkins Geriatric Education Consortium Faculty Development Scholar. She considers herself to be an applied researcher with a focus on activities-based approaches to addressing the clinical and psychosocial needs of older adults with the goal of promoting optimal health and well-being. Her publications and research are focused on dementia and Alzheimer's disease, as well as activity-based approach. She's currently the program coordinator for the minor in gerontology and assessment coordinator for the recreational therapy program. She's been a member of the editorial board of the International Journal of Reminiscence and Life Review Activities, Adaptation, and Aging. She's a certified therapeutic recreation specialist since 1993. And I must say she has quite a number of other certifications. Dr. McKenzie, we welcome you at this time to share with us your presentation on loving and caring for you. Over to you, Dr. McKenzie.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I always say last but not least. It's so far such a wonderful, wonderful morning, and I'm hoping I can close this off with us really just focusing on ourselves. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can you see the screen? Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. All righty, so welcome. So I know for all of our guests that are here. You know, you've been very patient. We've had so much great information today. And I am hoping that I will have you now really just focus on you as a caregiver, but then also in terms of things that you're doing with your loved ones or whomever it is that you're caring for, that you're able to kind of incorporate things that you're doing with them, as well as you taking care of you. So I wanted to just say that when I think it was Miss Adeoye that had talked about self-care, and she gave you the perspective of self-care more in terms of the activities of daily living. So kind of looking at self-care for the actual person living with dementia. However, I wanted you to then also look at the other perspective of self-care. And I have the definition here of the practice of taking action to protect your well-being during times of stress. So I want the emphasis to really be on you as caregivers who are caring for someone, and not only probably the person with dementia, but also I'm sure most of you have children or you have others in the household that you are caring for. And if you're working in a long-term care setting, you know, that you're maybe caring for several individuals. Oftentimes caregivers, you know, will think that they are being selfish if they actually focus on themselves. I think it was Ms. Lati Bodir that also, you know, said the same thing, that, you know, it's not being selfish when you think of self. And so you have to, you know, just allow yourself the opportunity to take the time to do things that is loving to you and to yourself. And then also that it's not a weakness to say, I need help, you know, I need care. Do self-indulge, because if you are caring for you, then it means that you are able to do the best for the person that you're caring for. You know, when we're flying, they say, put the seat belt on the child first before actually, not the seat belt, I'm sorry, the oxygen on the child. So that way, I'm sorry, you put the oxygen on yourself first, and then you can take care of the child. So it's the same premise that, you know, we need to take care of ourselves. And really from a wellness perspective, right, if we are thinking of caring for self, then also we need to allow ourselves the opportunity to have choices, right? So, you know, in the various things that we might do. So we might do things with the person that we're caring for. You know, we may decide to do things alone by ourselves, and it's okay. Or, you know, we can choose to have others be a part of this. But in all of the domains of our lives, we need to kind of pay attention to areas that we might be, you know, not doing so well in. And a lot of time caregivers have, you know, a lot of strain. We've heard, you know, from Dr. Elder Meyer-Shear talk about, you know, the areas that the caregivers who during COVID, you know, that they have all of these additional stressors that they're having to deal with. And so, you know, you're doing all this stuff, physical stuff, you know, so kind of paying attention to what your emotions are, you know, how are you doing? And just really looking at all of the various realms. I want to put the attention too on the spiritual aspect, because a lot of times we kind of ignore that part. And we know that, I know I was born in Jamaica, so I come from that culture as well, where spirituality is extremely important to us. And so knowing that, you know, one can lean on that aspect also, and allowing yourself the time to be able to be in prayer. You can be in prayer with the person that you're caring for. So not forgetting that aspect of our well-being. So dementia care we have to think of it from a more holistic perspective, because oftentimes we kind of focus a lot on the physical stuff, the stressors, you having to deal with the agitation of the client, of your loved one, your family member. One of the recommendations that I would say to you, and I think it was, Professor Liba that talked about the fact that, yes, there's going to be repetition with the person, that you're caring for, or your loved one. But if, one of the things that I always think about, and when I teach my students at the universities, I always say, focus on the abilities. What can this person actually do, right? And then if you focus on the abilities, the things that's not going so right, then it won't matter. When they are in that lucid moment, as Ms. Latibodir talked about, where they can remember, they know who you are, that you can really take advantage of those moments and make it fun and make it, active for that person. We also want to promote resiliency, both for you and also for the person that you're caring for. And with all of these, that it will bring, meaning to that person's life. So using activities, we can actually enable individuals, to really live a full life. And I think all of the speakers talked about, doing certain activities so that you can get that person engaged. But also for you, you need to find the time to do activities that you love, that's meaningful for you, right? We talked about getting respite care so that you have time to do the things that are important to you, that will feed you. I remember last year when I did this talk, I had us playing a game of Ring Around the Rosie. Sometimes we forget about that child within us, right? I always have something in my office as a reminder that there's that playful child that's in me that I need to continue to bring forth. And so you as the caregiver, sometimes when the person is, it's getting to you, use it as a playful time. Use it as a playful time, right? Bring laughter. We know the benefits of laughter. There's a lot of research now that has been done. We understand the benefits of laughter and triggering the endorphins in our bodies. And so in the moments when you catch yourself and that, you might be getting annoyed that they're asking you the same question, find a moment in whatever it is that they're saying that's funny, and, shift their focus, right? And laugh, right? Bring enjoyment to the aspect of caregiving, and also in terms of caring for yourself. So don't want to go into the full detail just to bore you, but I think it was Professor Liba that talked about the various types of activities. And so there's productive activities. And so when you are, let's say if you're working with the person, around their ADLs, you're doing their baths or whatever, give them opportunity to be able to, sponge themselves down, or just break activities up so that they can actually do. And it might be related to something that they were really good at. Maybe it was that they were, they had their own farm. They were doing farming. They know about vegetables. So maybe when you go grocery shopping and you bring in the stuff in, that you can have them, maybe wash the vegetables and put the stuff away, right? So those are like productive activities. Leisure activity, again, it could be a passive activity. You can have, doing, we now have adult appropriate types of coloring, so you can do some of those. And then around self-care, like I said, you can have that person, assist with that. I want to focus on the whole idea around resting. So I'll give a little more detail for the next slide. So one of the approaches that Montessori talks about is never give a person busy work, right? So sometimes we just to get them distracted or to, keep them busy, we might think to do things that are not really meaningful. And as a result of it, that person might become agitated, right? I think, again, it was Dr. Lipa that talked about the fact that, if you really process through and think through some of the things, so maybe, the night before, think about things that you're going to be doing for the day and how you can include your loved one into the process of what you're doing and problem solving if you have others who are caring for that person. The activity needs to be interesting, so that way, again, you can keep that person engaged, so they can help you with folding clothes, or, if you're doing something around the house, even within the nursing home. And it sounds like the nursing home, they're doing a wonderful job of that. Also talk about providing choices for that person. Because again, I said for wellness, that it's about also having that opportunity to make choices. And so if in any way that you can, as you kind of plan your day out, think of opportunities where you can actually give that person the opportunity to make a choice, and even if they're in the middle stage of the disease, that you can place things out and then just ask them, so which one do you want? Right? Would you like to help me with this? And then the whole idea around activities needing to be purposeful. I have their task analysis because, again, as you plan out, so task analysis usually is if I know I'm going to be playing, if I'm going to be playing a ball game, or I'm going to play, what do you call that, dominoes. I oftentimes will think about, if I'm working with someone who has dementia, I try to break the game down, right? So, what are the things that's necessary for somebody to play dominoes? And your loved one might be in the middle stage and, middle to later stage of dementia, and they're not able to do all of the game, but maybe just having them pick up the domino, right? So we break the task down so that you can understand what comes next, what comes next, what comes next. And that way you can, again, engage them and have them involved in assisting you. All right, so I did my spiel about caring for the person, and you've heard everything today. So now what about you, right? I really want you to just take a moment to think about, is your health balanced? Are there things that you have been ignoring that you know is going on with you, but because you're so busy caring that you're not paying attention, right? And I have all of those areas of wellness that I mentioned before, because we have to be honest with ourselves, right? I know a lot of us, we ignore certain signs and symptoms, right? And we don't act on them. And then what happens, that person is progressive. They have Alzheimer's and they progress to the later stage, and there's a lot of strain on you, then it means that your health is going to be compromised, right? So take the time and be honest with yourself as to, what do I need to do for me, right? Where do I need to bring some balance, right? And once you've recognized those, do I need some help? Do I need some support? What can I do? What can I relinquish to somebody else? I know when I was working at NYU, and I would watch these husbands that would bring their wives in the close to the later stage, and very committed. And they were just pushing themselves, right? And you could see where it was actually impacting on their own health, right? So I know, again, you guys are balancing everything in terms of, maybe having other children and other situations in your homes. So really, I would encourage you to take the time. Support systems are important. Again, during the pandemic, we were forced to be with our families, right? And to start working together. And so it's okay to lean on others. It's okay if you still have the connection with your church or a family. If you need a break, ask for a break. Try to get someone, get a family. And also, sometimes we think that caregivers, caring has to be where it's the person that's living with that person. But caregiving can be afar. For instance, the example for me, my mom lives in Canada. And so I'm not the person who's providing care day to day, but I'm still there in terms of social support, having conversations, and being support in every way that I can. So I'm still considered a caregiver, but I'm a caregiver from a distance. So call on others, call on your family, your friends, neighbors in your community and so on. And I would encourage you to, after this, if you haven't done so, to literally sit and write out the list. If I need this kind of help, who would that person be? Or who would the people be? Just really think about who can you lean on and call on and know that they will be there for you. Do you take time just to self-reflect, right? Take the time to just write. I think a lot of times when you see books that are written by caregivers about their caregiving experience, oftentimes it's because they started keeping a journal of things that were happening, how they were feeling, something funny that happened throughout the day. They started journaling. So that's another way to do it, of self-reflecting. If you don't want to have to talk to people all the time, then get a journal and write it out. Write out everything that you're feeling, the frustration, the anger, all of it. Just put it on paper. It might be the next bestseller on caregiving. Sleep. I am really bad about going to bed early at night. It's a challenge based on our lifestyle now, but it's so, so important. So the times when, and I know you may be up sometimes, with your loved one at night, but wherever you can put that space in to take a nap, right? Try to get as much sleep, because we know there are all these positive effects of being able to get your rest. Also, you want to make sure that your environment that you're sleeping in is conducive to you having a restful sleep. One of my practice, I put a mute on my phone. Actually, I don't sleep with my phone in my room, in my bedroom. It's nowhere in my bedroom, right? So that there's no interruption, there's no temptation to pick my phone up and to check something, right? So come up with some kind of a practice or sleep hygiene for yourself, so that way you can get the rest that you need. We all know about physical exercise. You may go and you walk on your own, or take the person that you're caring for with you, right? So we know all the benefits of exercise in terms of, releasing of endorphins, in terms of helping us to sleep, right? And it's also good for persons with dementia that they are still getting physical activity. And what a better activity than to just go walking. I was thinking about, being in Jamaica and paying attention to all the different kinds of flowers and plants, just you walking in your yard. Jamaica for me is a paradise. So just take really, because I don't think we do that. Start paying attention to the variety of flowers or the birds. And this is something that you can do with the person that you're caring about. So a whole host of activities that you can do with your loved ones, sharing past memories. I think last year I'd introduced you guys to doing a memory board. So again, sometimes too, it's about, you know what, I want to do this for me. So again, start doing a little memoir, start doing a journal, start following and writing affirmations for yourself. You wake up in the morning, choose an affirmation that's going to carry you for the day. So that way, when you're having those stressful moments, you can come back to that affirmation. It will center you. It will ground you. So as caregivers, I pray and hope that you're going to ask for help. I keep saying it over and over. Take things one thing at a time. We tend to, overwhelm ourselves because, we have all of this stuff that we need to do, right? Including caregiving, and we don't necessarily just be in the moment, right? Just be in the moment. I think it was on Monday, I had a host of things that I had to do. And so I had to remind myself as I was moving from one building to the next, to just be in that moment of taking a walk from one building to the next. I wasn't thinking about, okay, what am I going to do when I get to the next thing, right? So take the time and do things one thing at a time. Dr. Eldermeyer spoke about the nutrition and diet, that you really try to take the time to do your little research. You're all here on Zoom, so which means that you are savvy about research and getting things on the internet. So start really paying attention to the foods that you're eating, again, so that you're getting enough nutrients and you're keeping yourself well. I mentioned exercise and rest. I wanted to just share with you the importance of taking a bath. So, if you have a nice bathtub in your home, or if not, if you're doing showers, that also it's beneficial. And I was actually reading a study yesterday where they talked about the benefits of taking hot baths. And again, that it actually triggers endorphins in our body. So extremely important. And then, just staying positive, right? I think right now our world is very negative in terms of some of the things that's going on, and we're losing so many people. And so we're staying in fear. And so we need to really stay on the positive each day and live in the moment. Again, be kind to yourself. If you're kind to yourself, then being kind to somebody else comes very easy. Okay? Because then you're putting yourself in that other person's shoe. So physical activity, diet, challenging our brain, doing crossword puzzles, doing things that stimulate your brain. Push yourself to learn something new. Push yourself to continue to research and to understand more about dementia and Alzheimer's, and keep up with the new things that are coming out, the research that's done. Just keep abreast, of all the things that are coming in. So I think it was our last speaker that talked about some of the activities around the younger generation. So I'm sure most of you have young, grandchildren. Start teaching them how to care for their loved one, the person living with the dementia, right? Keep them involved, because then it will allow for you to have somebody else that may give you some time to have some respite, right? So intergenerational, exchange is extremely important. And I have there, tell your family member with dementia that you love them. But most importantly, I want you every single day to look yourself in the mirror and say, I love you. You're doing a great job. I love you. Whether you are a paid caregiver or you are a family member who's caring for a loved one, tell yourself that you're doing a good job and pat yourself on the back. So before I leave you, I wanted to take you through a short meditation. And I've placed all the benefits there of breathing, taking the moment to breathe, right? It reduces anxiety. So those moments when it's just too much, just stop and breathe. Doing a mindful breathing, it's going to assist you. So I'm using some of the words by one of my source that I go to when I'm looking for affirmations, Don Miguel Ruiz. So I'm going to be using some of his words as I guide you through meditation. I'm going to stop sharing my screen as I take you through this. So can you, so just try to sit comfortably in your chair or wherever you're sitting. Breathe in slowly through the nose and breathe out through the mouth. Breathe in slowly again so that you can feel the air expanding in your lungs. And blow it out. Put your hand on your heart. So we're going to put the left hand over the heart and then the right hand over the left. And I want you to just, again, breathe deeply through the nose, inhaling, and exhale, feeling the heart chakra. Feel the pleasure as you breathe, as the air enters your lungs. Prolong the pleasure by inhaling very, very slowly. And then keep the air inside your lungs and being mindful of your heart. Inhaling and exhaling so that you can feel pleasure. Keep breathing in and out. Breathe in slowly again until you cannot inhale anymore. And then release slowly. Every time you inhale and exhale, I want you to think about how much you appreciate you. You appreciate who you are. As you breathe in and out, feel the pleasure of being alive. The pleasure of breathing. It is something so simple that we take for granted every moment of our lives. Breathing. I want you to focus your attention now on your emotions. Imagine that the air is made of love. Every time you inhale, love is filling your lungs and every portion of your chest cavity. Your emotional reaction is to accept all the love entering your body. And you react by loving that wonderful connection. You are not afraid to receive all the love and the joy and enjoyment that you deserve. Breathe. As you love yourself, extend a love to all that is part of this universe. Extend the love to all who have been part of this wonderful conference. We are all sharing in this experience. The knowledge, information, experience, resources. We are here loving and appreciating with gratitude. Breathe in slowly. And as the love fills your lungs, let it overflow into your heart. Take your time and come back. Relax your arms. Relax your shoulders. Breathe. I thank you.
Dr. Mackenzie, thank you so much for your presentation. I tell you, my heart is racing now. Oh, gosh. Excellent presentation, very inspiring, and very important meditation. One word that came to mind as you shared was just breathe. And, as you said, something that we really take for granted, but especially now going through the pandemic, it's very important for us to recognize the importance of slowing down and taking time for ourselves, especially for caregivers. So we're basically wrapping up at this time. And we're gonna close out with 2 activities. So I just wanna give you a heads up. I'm gonna be making some announcements of our upcoming activities. And then we're gonna be doing a little giveaway compliments of Digicel Foundation. So that's a hint. We're giving away some free credits. And so I'm encouraging you, persons, don't go, because I'm sure some of you may actually be able to win. So in terms of announcements going forward, there are 7 things that you can do during World Alzheimer's Month. And so I'm gonna start with the first thing. Well, we're doing one of them now. So you're here. Welcome and thank you so much for being here. And so I also want to recognize the fact that tomorrow, you've heard it said several times throughout today, but I'm just announcing that tomorrow we're going to be having a vaccination drive right here in our parking lot at Mona Aging and Wellness Center. And for those of you who need direction, once you get to the University of the West Indies campus, you just come to the post office gate, tell the security guard what you're here about, and they will direct you to us. So we're going to be in the parking lot. We're facilitating a drive-through. So this is for caregivers of persons with dementia, family members, whoever it is. You can all come in your vehicle. We will get you, we will facilitate the vaccination while you wait in your vehicle. So once the vaccination is done, we facilitate about a 10-15 minute observation period, and that's it. You are on your way. So that is tomorrow, Wednesday, September 22. We start at 10 a.m. and we chose this time specifically for our audience being persons with dementia, because we do understand the situation later on in the day. So between 10 to 12 a.m. you can come. We don't have a limit on the number of persons who come. And I know some persons have asked as well, this event is free of cost. There's no charge to you for participating. So other activities, you can join us online on the 30th of September for our closing out ceremony. And so for those of you, especially those of you who are joining us on YouTube, I'm going to encourage you at this time to just subscribe to that link, because once you have subscribed to the link, then come September 30 or before, you'll actually get a reminder about our closing out activity. And that is going to start at 11:30 a.m. We also invite you at that event to participate in the ceremonial aspect of lighting a candle or releasing a balloon. And this can be done in memory of a loved one who has passed on from dementia, or for someone who is currently living with dementia. And we discussed some of those things before. You can also share your story on Instagram and Facebook, and you'll use the hashtag Alzheimer's JAWAM 2021. So that is hashtag Alzheimer's Jamaica World Alzheimer's Month 2021. Just there in caption. We also encourage you to wear our colors in recognition of dementia. So that's the purple you're seeing here, and red. Wear something red or purple this month in the month of September in recognition of World Alzheimer's Month. Also, do you have a loved one, or did you have a loved one who is living or was living with dementia? If so, you can post a tribute in September to be featured also in our closing out ceremony. And so you can share your story on Instagram and Facebook. Again, remember to use the hashtag Alzheimer's JAWAM 2021. Also, here is a big chance for you to win, and win big. All right, so you can take part in our competition caught in the act of kindness. You can win a tablet that has been donated by Digicel Foundation Jamaica. And so the winner is to be announced again during our closing out ceremony. So for details, you can visit our social media page. And I'm seeing in the Zoom room that information is posted, and I guess it's also being posted simultaneously on YouTube. All right, so you can visit the website for Alzheimer's Jamaica. That's www.alzheimersjamaica.org. All right, and so I said we're going to do a next activity. And so what we're going to be doing is that we are giving away, how many are we going to do? I think we're going to give away 5 digital credits. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask you questions based on the presentations that you would have listened to earlier. So we're going to start with the first presentation. I'm going to invite you, anybody, you can either respond via Zoom or YouTube. Let me ensure that my team is on board to provide technical services of helping me to identify on YouTube. I have Zoom up in front of me, but we want to be able to identify on YouTube who is actually responding. All right, so our team will check in on YouTube as well as Zoom. So the question is, in Ms. Latibodero's presentation, she spoke about 4 quadrants relating to the manifestation of dementia. You can either be in Zoom or YouTube. I just want you to identify at least 2 of those quadrants. Anybody? Come on, I'm supposed to see the face popping up. The responses.
Mild to severe from K weight.
Mild, severe.
Okay.
Okay. All right, you're answering a different question. K. Do we have any other responses? Okay.
Oh, yes, Juliet.
Juliet. Okay, so we have a winner.
Yeah, she said.
Yes.
Under pressure. Let me take it.
No, so Juliet is actually the winner.
Sonia said cognitive and function, which is correct.
Right, and Juliet said it first, cognitive functional. I'm seeing that in the Zoom room. All right, so.
Desi did all 4.
And Desi did. All right, so we're making a note of your names.
We can go through them.
Okay, and we're gonna take all 3 of you, I'm told. So just wait in the Zoom room, you will be contacted. All right, so I have all right, so I'm gonna ask, and this question we took from Zoom, so I'm gonna head over to YouTube to get our response. My question is, what is the name of the cultural item that was presented by Rhythm? And I am expecting a response from our Zoom room. Sorry, from YouTube. Anybody in YouTube? Okay, so I'm seeing a response from Sanjay Garden, and Sanjay said sign, and we'll take that. So sign, right. So the title of that presentation was signs. Ms. Latibodere, can we give away one more?
Yes.
Okay, and this one is going to go to someone irrespective of where you are in Zoom or YouTube. Give an example of the impact of COVID-19 on persons living with dementia. Okay, I'm seeing a response from SLH, depression, okay, agitation. All right, so I'm gonna, are there any response in YouTube? Challenge wearing mask. Okay, Lano, that's good. Lana, you was digital over there in Barbados? Okay. All right. So thank you so very much for your responses so far. And congratulations to all our winners. It tells me that you all were paying keen attention to the various presentations today. Thank you so very much for participating. At this time, it is my distinct pleasure to be closing out today's activity. And so in closing out, I want to acknowledge once more the contribution of our sponsors to today's event. So today's event was organized by Alzheimer's Jamaica in collaboration with Mona Aging and Wellness Center. And our sponsors were the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, John Jay, and Digicel Foundation. Also acknowledge the University of the West Indies, in particular, the Faculty of Social Sciences. I want to take this time to acknowledge the participation of persons from different countries. The Cayman Islands, I note that we have 2 persons from the Cayman Islands, as well as England. We have quite a number of persons there. There's also persons participating from Florida, USA, and of course, Jamaica is in the house. If you're from a different country and I did not mention your name, sorry, Barbados definitely is in the house. If I did not mention your name, I'm inviting you at this time to just indicate in the chat where it is that you're from so that you can be duly acknowledged. We also recognize that a number of organizations are present as well. I'm sure I would have said Jamaica, so forgive me, but yes, Jamaica clearly in the house. Jamaica Midlife Health Society is present. Salvation Army Francis Ham Residence for the Elderly is also here with us. So thank you so much, everyone, for participating from the different agencies and across different countries. We are delighted to have had you today.
Can you ask some of the people on YouTube to just send us an email, info@Alzheimer's?
So for our winners on YouTube, we are going to invite you to send us an email with your contact details and send that to info@Alzheimer's JA.
No, right out for the info.
Info.
Alzheimer's Jamaica. Spell it right out. .org.
So that's info alzheimersja.org.
Info@alzheimersjamaica.org. Yeah.
Okay.
All spelled out.
Okay, so you're gonna spell out everything.
alzheimersjamaica.org.
And it's posted in YouTube as well as Zoom for you. So please email us.
So Sonia and who was the one? Sonia and
Sanji and Lana.
okay.
I hear we have Belize in the house. Laura, shout out to you. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for being here. So to everyone, family members, caregivers, persons who are actually living with dementia, loved ones, relatives, and friends, thank you for being with us. It was our pleasure having you today. And as we said, there are some of the questions that have been asked have actually raised the need for us to continue this discourse. And so I am inviting you to subscribe to our YouTube link. Ensure that you keep in touch with us via email, and we will provide you further details of what it is that we're going to be doing. But of course, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for persons who are coming out to the vaccination drive. We know we're going to have a great day there. All right. And also to our subsequent events. So God bless you. Enjoy the rest of your day.